wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and spice it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. I like it when you shit, chat, shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy to fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Nah. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, help me end up making last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, but forgetting all the time. No, I don't like no harmonies. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet. When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sleepy heel, talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your steppy heel, talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the
You love me. Come, you love me. You love me. Come, you love me.
Welcome everybody to the Ascension EMEA Play-ins Grand Finals. After 3 long days of grafting and competing against EMEA's finest, we have our 2 teams for today's Grand Finals. With a spot in Ascension in the main event on the line, it's all to play for. And I'm joined on the desk by with the amazing Ryan and Pavlos. How are we doing today? Are we ready to rumble? Are we feeling good?
Hello, Governor.
Hello,
yeah,
mate.
Feeling amazing.
The British
today,
have taken over. We've won something.
I don't know why my instant kind of go-to is Cockney on this desk. I just feel like it kind of just feels right. But yeah, no, it's a choice. But Pavlos, are you looking forward to today? What are you kind of thinking and feeling right now?
I'm thinking and feeling a lot of things because this week has been long, and even though the teams that have gotten here definitely deserve to be here, there were so many close moments that any other team, winning in a couple of extra rounds, we could have been seeing a completely different scenario. But it also shows how closely contested this region is when it comes to all of its different facets between all the different challenger leagues. And I'm just so excited to see which team will actually make it into the final spot of Ascension, into Ascension by the end of today.
Yeah,
it's also like the second place team, sorry Meg, where it's like these aren't even the best teams from their region, right? They all came second. So the fact that we see such talent, both like young players coming through, but also players that have played at champs, for example, or played at masters, come back and still be good a few years later. Like, it's a perfect mix of new and old.
Well, let's take a look at the past 3 days and what we've already been through, what we've seen, and how we've kind of gotten to this spot, this point today. So, of course, we had 2 games yesterday where they kind of battled for that spot in the grand finals, and they were such close and tense games, both going to all 3 maps. Ryan and Pavlos, you were both there. So, Ryan, I'm going to hand it over to you first. How did you find these games?
Yeah, KPI Valiant, it was a very quick first couple of maps, really. Like, it was a 13-2 win for KPI on that first map of Icebox, and so you're thinking, oh, this could be done within like less than 2 hours, but we see the bounce back instantly from Valiant, and that third map, 13-11, really just requiring Sayonara, who we're going to speak about a lot today, having to go crazy, like 35 plus kills in that map alone in normal time, 24 rounds. So yeah, plenty to talk about with him. That first series especially was an absolute banger with 2 great teams, but unfortunately KPI was the one that got in over Valiant.
Yeah, and backing up from that, the second match with Galacticos versus CGN, that was also a nail-biter of a series. I think both of the series of the day showed the importance of having your own map picks and winning them, right? And being able to show the confidence that you can from those map picks. So yeah, in a best of 5 series, though, I think things get more complicated because you've got more of the pool available, and your weaknesses in whichever map they are, they will appear, and you can't do much about it.
And I know, Pavlos, you definitely wanted to kind of talk through the match history, firstly from KPI throughout the play-in so far. So I'm going to hand this all over to you.
Okay. Yeah, well, the interesting part to me is between the two teams, shared, KPI and CGN have played across the entire field. KPI playing against Valiant, Sweet and Sour, as well as R8. While CGN, on the other hand, got to play the exact other side of the field. Galacticos, Nova, Esports, PPP. And altogether, that means that this has been the perfect case scenario where every single one of these teams can say they played against a finalist, and the finalists can say they played against the entire field and they've deserved to be here. And therefore, we will truly have the best and most deserving team entering Ascension.
Yeah, and I think as well, there's so much to kind of go through, Pavlos, with not just the play-ins and the things that we've witnessed. You know, there's been a whole sort of 6 months before that. And I know that you also wanted to kind of talk a little bit about how they've progressed through the Challengers League beforehand too.
Yeah, I mean, look, you always want to go and look into the history, what these teams have done into the Challenger Leagues, and let's be fair, they've done so well. Both KPI and CGN won individually their splits, their first splits to be exact. Now, the second season didn't go so well, and therefore they are into play-ins. One of the teams, KPI, got into that third slot, a very competitive lower bracket final against the team that ended up winning it all, Barcelona, might I add. And CGN as well had a very labored fight with Maus, with a 3-1 loss into the grand finals of Split 2. So it's safe to say that at some stage throughout the year, they were the best of their region, but they weren't quite at the end. So now this play-in stage could be also a reason for them to bounce back.
It's so incredibly deserving that they're here. You know, they've got the kind of the knowledge and the wins to back them up and sort of prove why they deserve this spot and the potential chance into the Ascension main event. I wanted to talk a little bit as well about their roster and sort of the countries that they've came from. And Ryan, I think I'll hand this one over to you if that's okay.
Yeah, sort of a bit more of a different look, I suppose, when some of the more bigger nationalities coming through, especially for KPI, the Spanish representative having Quiles that would sort of count in that space as well, like Spanish Ukrainian, but otherwise very different look of players. Moldovan as well for Sayonara is probably the main one, and then just a mix like Elements being in the scene a while. Anguist, a UK player that's not been on any UK teams at all. I think he was playing in MENA before he was playing in CGN, so you do have a little bit of the representation player-wise from the countries that they're working in, but ultimately it's the best players that you can get across the board.
And what's so exciting about this is that it's a complete variety, right? We're looking at 8 players, 8 different teams across 10 players, 8 different countries against 10 players. At some point, I would have messed something up. But right, it's the fact that we've got such a big diversity into a final like this, where you know you're starting to get more and more mixed teams across different challenger leagues. It goes to show that a strong player can come out of anywhere. And I think one of the players that we will highlight later on, coming out of countries that you wouldn't expect them to bring out esports talent, such as Moldova, with Sayonara just taking over. We've seen it time and time again. So yeah, it's really cool to see a lot of countries being participating at least in this grand final today.
I'm definitely rinsing having both you, Ryan and Pavlos, here because you guys are the creme de la creme, the knowledge. So I'm going to keep throwing these questions to you because I feel like this is making my life a lot easier. But I kind of wanted to hand the next segment over to you, Ryan, because it's to talk about kind of how many best of fives these teams have played over the season this year.
Sure, because it's very distinct between the two of them, right? KPI playing a good amount of them. The only one they lost was the more recent one against Barca, like Pavlos mentioned, which is crazy for a region that never played a single best of 3. It was either best of 1s in Spain or best of 5s. For CGN, they won Split 1, but that was a best of 3 grand final there. The only best of 5 they played was in Stage 2, which again, they obviously lost to be here in this tournament in the first place. So it's really like KPI, you sort of look at it, especially early in the tournament, and go, they look amazing, but they've played best of 1s predominantly throughout the year. So best of 3 feels like a whole different dynamic. Even Smart7 was talking about it yesterday, saying, we don't want to be playing best of 1s. It changes the way that you have to think and function and practice maps. But now you go into best of 5s where it's very much in your favor, and CGN better have the energy to maybe go through a long series because it could definitely look that way.
Yeah, best of one seem very intense. You know, there's kind of no room for error. It's all or nothing, essentially. So I wonder if that experience on KPI is going to make a difference in today's best of 5. But also, you know, we've seen how strong CGN are, and I'm sure it might not make much of a difference. But who knows? Let's talk about KPI first. They have been completely proving why they deserve a spot in today's grand finals. Pavlos, talk us through what you have seen from KPI these past 3 days.
I've seen some very solid players, individuals, stacking up very much favorably against any other team so far when it comes to individuals in other rosters, right? When it comes to 1v1s, 2v2s. But I also see a team that is very well fundamentally built, right? They've also you'll rarely see fights being taken alone. You usually have, you know, bunches of 2s, 3s always exchanging well for them. But, you know, having a clutch factor also adds to the deal. So KPI is, you know, the perfect sort of team, if you want to put it all together, because they've got everything. They've got strong strategies, they've got strong coordination, and they've got players that can pop off at any given moment. That's star power, right? So for KPI, I'm really excited to see them getting into the final.
Building off the old core as well from that old Navi team with Smart7 and Zeddy, and then you've sort of got some players like Keelize that are obviously very well experienced, champions winner with Ascend back in 2021, but you do have that young talent as well of Sayonara, who came in to replace Purpo, who went to play in Tier 1 mid-season, so it was a hefty loss for them. They lost their best player, but they also got the next best thing, which every org in EMEA across the world needs to be keeping an eye on this guy. It's 2 years before he can play in Tier 1 because he's only 16, but yeah, it's that perfect mix of experience, structure, and timing. But we have seen him get a little bit flustered in some of those series, especially yesterday. So they have to keep on top of it, which, you know, with that best of 5 experience, you kind of expect them to.
I love that you mentioned that Sayonara filled Purpo's shoes, but it doesn't feel like he's filling anybody's shoes. He's just created his own slot. He's created boots.
He's filling their opponents with lead. That's the only thing he's filling.
He is unbelievable. I mean, talking about literally yesterday, he dropped 75 kills over 3 maps, and 37 of those were on Lotus, which wasn't even an overtime game, which is just absolutely crackers. So yeah, he is an incredibly strong force for KPI. But does that kind of sometimes make you worry that if Sayonara is not showing up, is KPI still going to perform, or is that not a worry at all because they're all cracked?
Yeah. Do you want to? I mean, I could say pretty succinctly, like, he bailed them out yesterday. Like, that was it. I think even, like, Drunken Pony, the manager of KPI, messaged me and was like, yeah, Jesus, we had to rely on him. It's nice that we can, but that's not you can't put that in a valor plan. You can't structure around that. You just got to hope he's good on the day, but everybody else has to fill in the roles.
It's an interesting question here. Sorry, Meg, but it's because the fact that you have a strong player like that, I think if you go back to yesterday's series, there was a moment, like you said, Orion, they needed bailing out. Like, you could feel that Valiant were creating tempo. They won the second map. They started going into the next map favorably, and you could sense that there was something wrong with KPI. They weren't connecting the same way they were doing on the first map, and they needed someone to get them out of that slump. And Sayonara is exactly that thing. He started fragging, he started pulling the weight, his own weight, and much, much more, and it sort of gave a burst of energy for his team. So a very important aspect for this team for sure.
Well, luckily Sayonara has been pretty consistent throughout play-in so far. But let's talk about the team on the other side of things, and that's CGN. Pavlos, you start this one. Go for it. Sure.
Well, I might be a little bit biased about this team. I have a very dear friend in the coaching staff, Zesht, taking that assistant coach slot. But yeah, CGN have been solid since the start of play-ins. They, up until the playoffs of this stage, they hadn't dropped a map. Only yesterday they had their first loss against Galacticos. A very strong Galacticos, might I add, which was only improving throughout the stage. You know, you've got individuals that have been in this roster for a while, but you've also got some new additions that have kind of changed the way this roster is played out. They've made Ascension before. You know, it's a team you expect to be in a position like that. They've had a couple of difficulties, and I think now they are rebounding to be at their best form for the competition of the year for them.
Yeah, it's a strange one for CGN because I almost feel like the orgs that we now have in the scene with your SK, with Mouse, with Focus making a transition across. There's a lot more bigger orgs there, but CGN, people have sort of forgotten the great story that they had. They were on the verge of relegation in Stage 1 to bounce back and to not only qualify for Ascension, but they did it in first place. They didn't go through play-ins at all. They were the DAC representative. So it's almost like this org really didn't have much to show for its at least time in Valorant up until last year. And now it almost feels like they're expected to be there. It's a lot harder when you've got some of the biggest orgs across the world now in Germany taking part in the Valorant scene, and yet CGN is still beating the likes of SK and Mouse to the punch. Sorry, not Mouse, but other teams as well.
I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about a certain somebody on CGN, and that is Benny and his amazing Phoenix plays. And I know that there's a couple of players on both teams that you wanted to go through, Ryan, and talk about their agent pools. So yeah, you start with that.
Yeah. We do a lot of head-to-head, duelist versus duelist, sentinel versus sentinel, even just like the player that plays all of the agents versus the player that plays all of the agents. Here I want to talk about just the uniqueness of both these teams and how it relates to Benny, like you mentioned, but also Bisq for KPI. Because we could keep talking about Sayonara and how much of an impact he is. You got to look at Bisq as well when it comes to playing the duelist, in some cases swapping over to the silver to let Sayonara do that job. The Chamber had a lot of impact over on Lotus yesterday for Bisq, but the concerning thing is, out of all of the first kill, first deaths, the first engagements that KPI take, Bisq is in a third of them, and that's a live by the sword, die by the sword attitude. It's better on the first kills, but it's still like a lot of these rounds we see Bisq pushing alone, dying alone, not having the same sort of like crazy moments as Sayonara. He still has his areas, but there's also a lot of cases where he sort of pushes through. Comparing him to Benny, who doesn't play as many agents, but it's the fact that he plays Phoenix on the majority of them. This is the IGL that's building the team. Previously, it was around a lot of Sage, if I remember correctly, with Benny, right? Like, especially like the Spike Nations tournament we casted Pavlos. Benny was playing a lot of the Sage there. Now he's moved over to the fresh new agent Phoenix, apparently, and he's making it work. It's almost like what Gentlemates did last year. But it's such a unique way of playing that you have to specifically anti-strat them and look into what they're doing, which KPI are just not going to have time to do because they have their own problems to fix, and they only just played yesterday.
Yeah, something Sesh said in the interview yesterday that intrigued me was that a couple of years ago, looking back at this roster, looking back at their comps, he'd say, it's ridiculous. It's all wrong. What are they doing? They're trolling. But being on the inside, you get to see a different, a different light at things. You get to see a different view, a different perspective, and you kind of get where the ideas start to blend. And you also see it in results from CGN. It works. It catches teams off guard. It's unorthodox. It's something you're not used to preparing, something you're not used to scrimming against. And that's what's cool about it. And I love the fact that it's Benny bringing these agents in as well. He basically is CGN. He's played in this roster, in this organization, since Valorant was a thing.
He is CGN. Let's talk a little bit about CGN and KPI's map pools as well, because both have only dropped one map across the course of Ascension play-in so far. KPI's was Ascent, CGN was Bind, so they're pretty kind of well versed across the field with most maps. Pavlos starts off with this one.
Yeah, it's hard to see wrongs when you've got the limited pool of play-ins to look at, given how strong they've been. There's a reason why in the finals they've won their majority of the matches. They didn't have to get into any last chance qualifiers or anything, so we'll only see this limited view of things. But even throughout their general season, they look pretty strong.
Yeah, Icebox pretty much the permaban now for CGN, so we don't expect to see that. And Haven not needed to be shown up until now for CGN. I think the maps changing have actually really benefited CGN because they were permabanning Breeze a lot. Breeze got taken out, so they get that adjustment over to Icebox, which had pretty mediocre results. And they've got to this stage in a best of 5 where if this series goes on long enough, we should see Haven. It's not going to be a map that KPI ban out. CGN are obviously going to prioritize taking out the Icebox. So having an ace up your sleeve like that, I'm kind of hoping at least that KPI would have the same on Ascent, but it really doesn't seem that way. It seems that they've tried to avoid it as much as possible.
Well, we'll find out as we head into map pools. I'm sure there's not much of a shocker here with KPI taking Abyss out of the option pool here, as we have already seen CGN play it, but KPI actually haven't played it yet. And of course, that Icebox ban that you were just talking about, Ryan.
Yeah, for KPI, options are sort of slim because I think they would have wanted to have gone Icebox themselves. Like, they've been winning nicely on this event, but it's still a fair few different types of maps that they can go for. Lotus was the other map that they picked out of the 3 series that they played so far. There was 2 of Icebox, 1 of Lotus, so maybe that would be the first shot for them. CGN, you got Ascent open. They also like to play Lotus as well from this stage. I think Lotus is probably maybe the map that you want to finish on because both teams like to play it.
They're not letting you look
It's
at
gone.
the map veto here, Ryan.
It's like,
They're
we're
not
playing
letting
Icebox, yeah.
They said that's enough.
They'll make you assume. But yeah, Abyss Icebox first ban. They have messaged us as well, so we get to see it in quicker time, I guess, barely. It's Lotus, the first map here. Now, yeah, Lotus has been some of the first picks that CGN have been bringing out, and they've won it every single time. It has been their first pick for the past, I'd say, 2 months as well. So strong pick by KPI. Ascent being picked up by CGN. That's a statement pick.
Yeah, 8-1 so far since stage 2 started for CGN, and obviously we saw KPI losing it yesterday. KPI really testing them out here when it comes to Haven being this choice. Both Haven and Sunset. We haven't seen CGN play Haven. We haven't seen KPI play Sunset. Bind is like a map decent for both sides realistically. Yeah. These first 2 maps are sort of like, okay, you're leaning in the direction that you want. But once we get to map 3 and 4, it feels like it's uncharted waters. Anything can happen. Christ knows what CGN are going to run on Haven when it comes to playing a lot of Phoenix. You're going back to the sick days of Sentinels, right? Like the double duelist kind of approach. So we're going to see some really interesting stuff throughout the series.
Yeah, I think that the first map will be particularly interesting, and I think it could determine the pace in which the following series can take, because Lotus is the type of map that both of the teams have played so far in Ascension have found success on it, and, you know, it's kind of greedy maybe from KPI to assume that they've got the edge on CGN here.
Yeah, I think the small thing that I'd say, I think CGN have the perfect veto here, really. For Lotus, yeah, like I mentioned, we'd seen a little bit of this yesterday. CGN forced to play on this on the 3rd map. Both teams actually playing it on the 3rd map. For CGN, a win. KPI, a narrow win, but you have to say narrow that has to go off again, it feels.
There we do see Benny's extending agent pool, as he will obviously be playing the Gecko as well. What are your thoughts? I don't think I've ever asked you, Ryan or Pavlos. What are your thoughts on Chamber? Do you like it? No? Yes?
Ryan, you want to take that?
I think it's tricky. For the way that CGN plays, this is something that Strong was talking about as well. Like, they're a very full contact team. They'll try and walk upon you as numbers, catch you by surprise. They're not going to be obvious. They're going to try and hit your site. What's the best way to deal with that? An off. Just an up holding like C main, A main, just to stop any lurks from pushing up. Yeah, it could do a lot here, but Bisq is the defining factor for KPI for me.
Well, let's get into Lotus and find out. I'm going to leave you in the hands of our lovely casters for today's grand final. It is Hazard JC and Cairo.
Thank you, Megan the Desk. What a grand final that we've been blessed with here. KPI from Spain and CGN from DAC, both previous split winners with one final opportunity in the play-in stage to make that main event.
I mean, DAC and Spain have gone up against one another once before. It was in VRL Finals 2022, which Spain was actually the ones who won out in the quarterfinals of the playoff bracket. This is going to be a little bit of a repeat because there's similarities in the roster that KPI had and the way that, where they're from, right? The regionality of it in that CIS region. CGN, the DAC team, they've got nothing to compare, but this is a team that has gone further than any other DAC team has before. Can they go one step further and qualify to Ascension?
It's a completely different ball game. The landscape changing so much since VRLs were introduced. Now challengers, of course, as well, and with the play-in stage in its final hours, you look to this as being one final opportunity to make the main event before the change and the shift for the next calendar year. Second chances don't come around often. 2 split winners take to the stage. EMEA is watching and Ascension is waiting. It's KPI Gaming versus CGN Esports in the grand finals of the play-in stage with the DAC team to bring the attack.
Bisk is already looking to try and take things on the front foot. Look at the avenues and the way that KPI are playing, Hazza. They're looking to contest every avenue of the map so far. Being so aggressive in the early pistol.
Lots of limit testing. And Bisk the linchpin, which ties it all together, ready to swing through that door at a moment's notice with the headhunter in hand. CGN doing as we know, taking steps forward but not giving much away. The shot connects, the paranoia is through, and the first fight is taken. It's won by Insider.
Stall out with the smoke going down. In fact, Benny trying his best to see if he could find something, but it'll be the reset for CGN. Hazza picking up what they can, and the Dizzy and the ultimate orb. Bisk just spamming through the smoke, unfortunately will cost CGN another player, leaving them down to 2. Vince trying to break the choke. Davi's further back. Somehow they've got back into working order. We're down to 2v2.
Rest of those players are so far away. In the C-site holds that CGN have succeeded in, Vince has been a key part. He still has the utility up, but they're both low and both stuck into the backside, neither wanting to take a duel and allowing Sayonara to move in. The nade could do so much, and it will. Straight into his crosshairs, he'll close the opener. The pistol goes to KPI.
I mean, Hazza, this was the map the other day that Sayonara reached 400 plus ACS. I mean, that's something that you do not want to be going up against. But as for CGN, one thing to be thinking about, they have never lost this map, ever, in the full time that they've played it since the beginning of Split 2.
You've got to be looking at Lotus as such a decider, and it's crazy that it comes inside the first map here as well. Like you said, 37 kills on Lotus, the record kills set this event by Sayonara. And as Ryan was saying, it sort of bailed them out. Both of the previous times they played it were close, won by 2 and 3 rounds respectively against both R8 and Valiant. Already something I notice, even from the pistol though, is Insider holding down that C site. He's been one of the players under the microscope for them so far, and first blood success, being that anchor, huge.
Yeah, that's another important player who's popped up in the kill feed. Was Anquist. Vince another being touted as underrated, and you can buy into that very easily considering how well he's played in the play-ins tournament.
This is an open A site, Kyra.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to move the spike all the way over here. Something we were thinking about was the way that CGN play, a slow start could really make it difficult for them, but when you get into a 3v3 in post like this, you have to fancy your chances, especially with the players that are still alive.
It's just about how long KPI take to get towards the site and the chaos in which will ensue from there. I mean, you look at coming back in, you've got a Haunt and a Seize, which is decent enough, but Benny still has that mosh, which will buy a lot of time in getting players off of the spike.
Planted on the other side of the box, he's going to be sat in towards tree right now. Position revealed. Marshall not yet known about. Picked up from the corpse of Element. They've been investing into these second rounds, hedging their bets, giving themselves every last chance. Usually it would fall on Anguish's shoulders, but it's Vince this time with 3 kills. Killers is low, and the last one left. The next to hit the chopping block. It is an immediate equalizer for CGN.
Has KPI taking their time coming back in, hesitant, and CGN, they've got everything down to a T, exactly where they want to be positioned. The moshed and used immediately, but it's Vince again, the player that we're talking about, being underrated, positioned perfectly in heaven, which does not get cleared by KPI.
We saw it so much yesterday in the series against Galacticos. What was the story going to be with this contact-heavy team which are walking into areas of control with little utility? Can you punish it? It's gone the opposite way. Did do a little bit yesterday as well, where you can isolate these engagements. That's where you want to see Bisk thrive, especially with this chamber pick. No damage dealt onto the opponents already, but he's taken half his health in the process.
Thing about putting smokes down on chokes like that on EMEA has is because CGN are so contact heavy, you create a big question mark as to what's actually behind it. suffocating KPI's
Yeah.
information, and that's a big information point there. So many players here, they've gambled on the rotate, and Vince has done so well. Oh my god, what a start from him!
Vince, the vibes guy, self-proclaimed, and speaking to assistant coach Zesht as well, as many know, involved with the CGN setup now. He said this guy's always such a big boost. Struggled in the second map yesterday, but I think everyone did. A player who's come from their own academy system, bridging that gap into the tier 2 roster. But now comes the gun round. Sayonara's ult is available.
Not much in terms of ultimates for CGN to work with either,
No.
but you look outside, he has it. You can already see the utility looking to send up, and speaking of sending, that would be the perfect opportunity to send Sayonara in and perhaps get a kill or two.
That's the thing, you saw the group up from KPI on the previous round to try and punish. Vince Bulldog there, but it could go the opposite way. They know of this pack mentality. Benny wants to get the orb to build towards the Thrash, is already over halfway there. This is something CGN did a lot yesterday. They also frequently scaled straight into the execute, even when they had players B main, for example, and they're going to do it here as well.
Oh, the peek from Bisk, he just doesn't react quick enough. A flick up, perhaps, has an Anguist puts him to the dirt, the opposite Sentinel. And it seems as if the C site will be under CGN's control. Spike still not being attempted, in fact, attack to see if there is going to be a comeback in. They know about the showstopper Hazard, and respectfully enough, they've got out of dodge. Spike on towards the A site. That was Vince's ultimate that came up after 4 rounds. And actually, Hazard, CGN are there quicker than KPI.
That's really important too. CGN need to stabilize. There are a couple of rounds yesterday where Vince will fly off on his lonesome with the ult, or just separated from the rest of the team, and they couldn't forge an important post plant. They lost a couple of key rounds in that fashion exactly. They're a player to the good here though. They've got room towards B, plenty of utility to hold them back with as well. In fact, no, it's just the Mosh.
Yeah, that's actually brought it back in towards KPI's favour. I thought Element was actually going to go a wander up through heaven and play through that aspect. Players getting spammed out. Now up to Davy H, who's been good for it before and will be good for it again for CGN. A 4K, and somehow Hazard, they keep always finding these multi-frags in the early rounds.
Huge round win for Davy H there. Highest rated player from the Ascension main event last time. Key component for Soar's deep run, the Portuguese team which went their separate ways. And on that transfer list, alongside players such as Tamasi, was Davy H. CGN picked him up, and you can see how much it means. Pushed down onto an eco. It's another one of those rounds where you look at the Sentinel matchup as well. Anguist finding value on openers, Insider not being able to shut things down, and Vince not able to get out before Sayonara Sheriff bites back.
Yeah, I thought they were baited for, maybe tried to stay around a bit longer than was needed, and the fact that Sayonara gets a rifle back in his hands is really, really big.
Huge moment coming up here again. As I said, Anguist let off the leash will make you openers. Insider has been struggling to contain that kind of pressure. It's another duel which he wins.
I mean, has an attacking side for CGN on Lotus has been so good. Whether they hold sites, which they tend to do, and they're doing that here.
He just has so much freedom, the young gunner. Element will run with this one now. Roll with the punches. 3 kills picked up by the veteran duelist. Middling performances at times, but on the whole, his KD always sky high. We spoke so much about how he's not the one taking those first fights, and you see that in this round. You've got Benny building towards the Thrash. Sometimes he's just the human shield which goes in first. It was Anguist on this occasion, and Element's follow-up always finds the mark.
CGN, they'll be used to finals, right? Fair enough. KPI have played, what, 4 best of 5s, but has a CGN have been here time and time again. Won double split last time. Only won the first one this time, but did make the grand final in split 2. But look at the setup here. Sayonara's in the corner and not found.
Peeking back in, Sayonara! 2 kills. Hunter's Fury tries to deter. He'll eventually go down, but not without the advantage. 4-on-3 numbers for KPI, something that they failed to enjoy for the last few.
Risk is still sticking around. You can see the operator. He's been so good at getting kills from it. And Anguished elsewhere is so good at alleviating pressure. CGN trying to get out killers, chases them down and guns them down. Spike's still in Vince's pocket though, and he's the next one that needs to escape. As we've seen the Nightfall being invested, this is very heavy from KPI to try and get the round back in their favour.
Vince will get caught, but the plant is open and Anguished has already moved on up. Retake coming in, Molly won't land, but the follow-up's there. Anguished, another big moment for him to win. Most clutches on CGN's side so far. Can he add another to his tally?
I mean, he has the nanos to want to try and chip players up. Had the alarm bot for notification, or at least to try and make players vulnerable. But KPI will double the rounds in which they had, sending forward to make sure they get bisques up, which is, by this point, almost integral to the setup in which KPI play.
It's that system that we've got to talk about as well. So many peaks taken and punished by CGN during the mid-round. It ends up left in the hands of Anguished, the capable but young hands. Like I said, he would have been on for his 6th clutch so far this tournament, and how pivotal that has been at times. You can't bat an eyelid at. Again, the big takeaway from the round though is KPI getting caught in transition once they net themselves these early advantages. Quite a few ults to play around with here, and you can already look on both ends of the map for the pressure they're trying to create. Element punishes it.
And well, on top of that, brings the showstopper online. You can see Zeddy trying to get away, but the response is good from KPI, Hazza. They're actually beginning to start to push the weaker side of CGN's map-wide pressure. They're not getting anything from it. They've actually burned an ult as well.
Should be reacting to this, and in on the C site already. The 2-3 players on the other end, you knew at least about the Raze and the Fade combination. There was a slight fear of Viper utility, I feel, but they've got over the hump now. 5v4, Davy H repossessing the operator to try and shut down these lanes, of which you can see KPI trying to combine through both Long and the door.
Well, Vince was tagged up.
It's a double
lit
off.
up. Yeah, they're ready to go, Hazza. They know KPI maybe thinking about a save. You can see Killez moving up through plat. I mean, Zeddy's still sticking around to see what he can get, but with the numbers dwindling, KPI will call it quits, not wanting to stick around any further. I mean, almost flawless round in terms of the kills. It's flawless in terms of players staying alive, and little to no ultimates used as well, which is massive. Only elements.
Flashes of brilliance from KPI, which they've shown throughout the entire year, but Split 2 is where those worries really emerged. Losses versus promoted teams, bumps in the road, no guarantee of playoffs. That's where they finally lost. For CGN, it's consistency, which is so important to me coming into this final. Like you said, they've only lost one final in the last 2 years. That was versus Mouse. There are no historic moments where you can say that they're bottlers in the big moments. For KPI, the track record goes back so far. You look at this core, both between Bisque and Insider, the time that they spent on Team Singularity. For all of the Gambit mech fans that we have around, they will know that they were the 3rd place team behind both them and the Forza roster that Zeddy originally came from. Couldn't quite establish themselves in CIS as much as they wanted. Finally given this platform through Spain and the regional system, the LTR rules to do so. And it could be another huge missed opportunity.
I think that's the biggest point that you bring up, Hazza, is that like the KPI core were able to get 3rd, but they were never able to get the top spot. Excluding this year, like players within this roster, apart from Kelly's, have never really reached the top spot. Never really been put in a position where they're representing the region and have hopes and dreams on their shoulders from fans. And maybe sometimes the pressure gets a bit too much, as seen in the Spain finals when it was Barcelona who won. I mean, you look at the players on that roster, they've been there many times.
Indeed. Plenty of occasions. This another miss shot. Element traded. Important that they're able to lock that one in. 4-on-4.
Hazza.
Pit up on C, it's Insider again.
They could use the lockdown here to get rid of the Viper's Pit if they really wanted to.
Take flight.
It'd be a heavy investment.
And I think you've got to be expecting this B pivot right now if you are KPI, especially once the lockdown comes in. Spike not yet committed. How do they choose to approach this? Sayonara has the nade to stop the quick entry.
I mean, you don't have any of the Gecko utility to get in, and exactly as you said, the nade being used, Paranoia in, utility being traded left and right. Sayonara denied the opportunity to swing, and in fact CGN looking to get really deep on towards the site.
Yeah. Benny's position towards C Mound is the biggest amount of control that CGN have right now. You've got Zeddy playing through A late. They're effectively trapped unless he can form some kind of a flank.
I mean,
Between him and Davi.
Yeah, I was going to say KPI, they need to get a move on inside her. Oh, the timing, it's going against them. I mean, Dizzy and Mosh to come back through. Even in the entry, KPI are denied. Zeddy's not got a clean fight either, and they're backing off once again. Thinking about saving those rifles for the next round. Considering you look at Insider and Bisk, they've not got much money, so yeah, you've got to try and save this.
It's so well played from CGN too. Benny doesn't overplay his hand towards the pit, waits for the right timing. Insider had an idea about it. May even remove a gun here as well. No, instead, it is the captain beheaded. Killes collecting another. He knows what it's like to play in these big games, and I think that experience is so important for what otherwise is such a young roster. It's been 962 days since the Champs 2021 final. Had that rematch against Defo in the semis, but this is another opportunity to prove that he can still compete. They're the best that Tier 2 has to offer.
Best committing to the Headhunter has it. Not buying up anything else. Tour de Force as well.
And Bisko's another one of those players that has had huge performances on this map. He outshone everyone in that R8 game. Another team from MENA which people thought could maybe be the CIS dark horse. It was Sayonara the previous time out against Valiant yesterday. Are they too reliant on individuals? And do we have a moment from one of them here?
I mean, it'll need to be that the site execute though. The utility is spot on, has it. They're clearing every avenue. Players not really getting a chance to take the pick, being forced back so much. And again, it's this CGN same C site hold that we see so many times. They're playing on site and KPI moving in slowly. Element gets the first.
Big kill from Element. More utility still yet to come out. Benny with the wingman as well. That'll add as another blocker. Vince still on his perch. Finally, wings are clipped, and Insider can get KPI into the site. It's Anguis that you meet, though, and he will make sure that you meet your maker. The Iron Wall for C holds the site again. A 7th for CGN, one weapon kept. KPI seemingly running out of options. The timeout hasn't done too much.
I mean, people are just struggling against CGN's attack on Lotus. It was the same with Galacticos yesterday. I think it was like Strong and Milan were both predicting Galacticos to be able to dominate CGN, but there's a reason why they haven't lost this map yet, has it? They've been so spot on with their C-hold every single time you see it. The utility, the way they play off one another. Like
Getting
CGN
spread so thin right now.
That's the thing. Like, I think people are underestimating how good CGN actually are. I don't think we can really compare them to the old CGN that we know.
You're spot on. I mean, the changes that they've made, while the system is the same, as we said before, Benny putting so much importance on buying into how they play, the pieces alone are completely different. Anguist, for example, plays his own game every single time. Yeah, you get the same kind of execute, same kind of macro, but the micro, that's a whole lot different. In this round, it's information collection, and KPI have much better control towards the extremities this time. They've got a trap play ready for B. It's Bisk's op, which will be tested first, though. And he hasn't landed many shots so far.
I mean, step, he can get in towards
it's
tree,
again.
and he's over-peaked again. Has given the entry away, given full control of A away.
Sure.
The rest of the team has to respond now.
I don't even know if it's an overpeak. He's just recommitted to the same angle, not pulled the trigger. It's a timing issue. Now Vince for the backstab, with Davies up there as well to compound the pain any further, ripping the bandages straight off and sending KPI to the doctor's office. 2-2. CGN, this has been a dominant first half.
Again, it's just the attack. Not a lot of teams know how to defeat it. Not a lot of teams have shown us anything has it. Only one map in which CGN have lost, and that was on Bind, because there isn't much of a mid there, right? That was the big aspect, that contact-heavy playstyle didn't or wasn't able to perform. Anguish Slut wasn't that big. Here has it on Lotus, a 3-site map. Of course CGN are going to do well.
Oh yeah! Monster!
And Haven is still coming up, and that's unbeaten for KPI, but this is their selection. Vince aggressive. This is a completely different change of pace. Vince leading the line. Element right behind him. Might have just done enough again. It's a single player advantage, but those are guns wiped clean off the board.
You can see Element's just waiting for some notification to swing as well, has it? You look at the setup, Sheriff's coming back in. I mean, there's only one round left. We were really hoping for a miracle if that was going to be the case. But again, how many times have we seen CGN finish on C and play the exact same setup with absolutely no response from KPI?
This is ridiculous. 9 rounds now. Could be looking to add another to the half. This is every KPI fan's worst nightmare, but when we put so much importance on map number 1, with historic performances which corroborated success, you find it almost surprising that we're here. But one final gun round, Element with the showstopper, and Op as well. It is a head-to-head for the Scope Snipers, one which is mitigated by the one-way for now. Vince again! Oh my god!
MVP performance has it so far. It's usually Anguish that tops the charts, but no, Vince this time looking to put himself in headlights. Element gets doesn't even get the rocket off to get the kill. It's Anguish that does it instead. And in fact, it's building towards the lockdown. Priority to the spike. And the last 2 remaining players has it. One has an op. This retake is not strong at all.
Zeddy with all the utility. Bisk still full magazine of Headhunter bullets, but Anguish saves in the trouble. Swiftly dismissed, locked down on the ground with the rest of KPI dead and buried. Double digits for the DAC Dream inside the first half of the grand final.
I don't know what else there is to say. It needs to be a big half coming in from KPI, has it? I know I spoke about CGN never losing this map, but KPI has it. They've only really lost it once. It's not as if there's a bad performance here whatsoever. In fact, they even won it yesterday against Valiant, but they did get pushed there. And as we said, Sayonara did bail them out of that performance, which they cannot rely on. Well, they're going to have to rely on something here. Bisk and Zeddy only on 1 kill. That is so uncharacteristic of them.
No room for error, as you put it. Only winning this map marginally before, but with the odds stacked against them. They had a 9-3 half versus R8, but that was the defense, the same defense that we've just seen. It's hard not to focus on the individuals at times, just because of how KPI approach some of these rounds. You don't want to rely all your hopes on the 16-year-old to bail you out, as good as he is.
I mean, Bisk got a chance against Anguish, but it is Anguish has it. Solo holds the ace side. This is something that we've seen before, and this timing is absolutely insane. But CGN know their setup. They know where the weaknesses are, and Davy H is sitting, waiting, seeing if someone has taken a chance.
Good shot from Insider. We saw Galacticos find effectiveness against CGI yesterday. Well, CGN playing some of the same kind of rounds where you do walk up and take the space away. Does make for a 4-on-3. The control is somewhat limited towards this side of the map. It's the stairs fight, which is on Vince to delay.
I mean, 20 kills so far. We'll make it 21, but still the advantage sits in KPI's hands. Tap of the spike and the wall goes up.
Nice.
Trying to deny. I mean, it's not really working out in their favour at all as time is beginning to tick away. Wingman on the spike now, that's been destroyed and the players are just dancing with them, showing, disappearing. Benny's on the spike and working on it, but Insider will do his best to stop that. That's 3 kills on the round for them, and KPI finding 3 on this entire map.
Much better from KPI, and look, you have to be considering where their strengths are going to be. It was that strong half from Galacticos yesterday where we saw so many rounds that looked just like this, trying to find gaps in the setup. You take 1 kill there and everything comes crashing down. The question for CGN is, do you want to layer a bit more proactivity in here? The retake wasn't completely out of the question. You still have the wingman. Penny only has 1 kill. He only has 5 deaths though, so like, you know, just not really involved right now. That may become an issue if we see more rounds like that though.
True. Good bit of info from Element though, jump spot and Bisc out towards Rubble. That usually is your lurker, so maybe an idea towards the C side of the map. This Bisc continues on with the Outlaw and, well, eventually best Element in this front.
Important round to win. Yeah, KPI punishing CGN now. Taking the ruler out, setting them straight. Bodies on the C site. Black and white shirts ready to fight at a moment's notice.
Bring them down.
Utility will attempt to clear them, but they've yet to be rooted out. There's Vince again.
Yeah, but they don't know exactly where he's heading, and it'll be easy enough to get the trade out. Generally though, CGN has it. First couple of rounds of defence being aptly dealt with. KPI finding the opportunities and the gaps that they've been looking for.
Want to keep as many of these guns as possible. Anguish Sheriff is a chance to snatch something back. Another player in their debut year of competition. We spoke so much of Sayonara being taken from the ranked queue, treating the officials like it's ranked. Quad kill for him here. An important one, a confidence builder. KPI need plenty more of that to keep themselves in this one. Bonus round now is a big one because, like I said, momentum is so huge, especially on this map where sometimes if you can just get the right reads, it's going to go a long way. We mentioned Killers and the experience that he has already. This is a player who's never faced against Benny before. Even back on Ascend when he went against CGN, it was the original version of that roster before Benny was there. I know, it's crazy to think there was a time when that was the case.
This is looking straight towards the A side of the map, but Element and Anguist have been good for holding sites before, has it? Especially against the talent of Turkey and what they can do when they swing you. This is CIS though. KPI have plenty of mechanical ability to send forth.
Benny damaged up. All the utils still there. You can even see Vince has fully pulled away from the C site. This is just an assumption. CGN are comfortable playing retake and strong siding one area of the map, which is an element we didn't really get too much from KPI on their defense.
Hazard, the mistake about moving away from here if they go elsewhere is they've still not destroyed the alarm bot. That passive information on the other side of that is so huge.
True. At the same time, though, CGN are taking this in their stride and realizing, okay, well, actually, maybe we can just invest a few more numbers towards C. Vince's smoke is concerning them a little bit.
Left.
You hear the reclear from the Prowler. That lures Davy in, demands his attention a little bit further. It's where Anguist, with the alarm bot now gone, starting to look towards stairs when the execute comes through.
Oh, Sayonara going all the way to tree, and at least trades out with Element. But time is low and Spike needs to go down. That's the priority. It looks to go down without any issue. As they come back in though for CGN Hazard, that'll do so well. Both initiators are still up.
Not expended much utility either. Sure, the drone is gone, but the recon's ready to go. Benny has everything that he needs. KPI still taking these fights. Insider isolated. Vince removing him from the equation. The flood back through starts to come. The gates have dropped and they're ready to go. Zeddy gets his opposite number, but Anguist is quick for another trade, which keeps CGN in front. Bisc in the clutch. Needing a big moment here. He's found the most of any player on KPI. And it is going to be enough in the end. Spike didn't get half. Benny can't win it. That's a 5th. And the deficit is halved. 5 away.
Yeah, and that's going to be a feel-good factor for Bisc, who so far in this map has not been up to performances that we are used to. A bonus converted is going to be massive for them, and not only that, it gets Bisc's attack side up online, who loves to play that so often. Feels as if CGN had got everything that they needed as well in terms of the the utility, the space taken, just a little bit off the mark in terms of time.
If you're setting up for these retakes in all of your gun rounds as well, then it can come down to those small moments and suddenly the gap closes up so quickly. Bisc's op is attempting to make something happen here. Look for the wallbang, it misses. Trying to take the space afforded to them, and right now, Mound, Grass, both of them in availability.
See Vince, he knows that there's players on the other end here. Gets a chance at sayonara, but unfortunately he'll need to say that as he tries to dip out inside it, dissolving what was left. You can see players just teetering on the edge of the smokes, looking for an opportunity. Element grabs it, but at least there's a couple of trades back and forth, still continuing forward. Finally it settles with just Element left standing.
Like we said, money's not out of the woods yet either, so one more kill for Element could bring concessions to the next round. Bisc's op is what you're yet to beat. That would be difficult if he wasn't having an absolute stinker inside against his 3rd. I think Bisc is probably hoping that this map ends sooner rather than later. It's just the op hasn't been working. You hate to say it, but that is the case. It is going to be a bit better on this attack side, though, perhaps, because he can pick and choose those timings a little bit more.
Yeah, it was funny, we were having a joke yesterday about Ye 2022 versus Bisc's op, because he just wasn't missing yesterday, and now it's like more like Ye 2023 and this map now, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. CGN starting to bleed some rounds. And in terms of the optics, getting a little worse. Pardon the pun, but here's another gun round. Sayonara trying to take fights early. Davi investing the drone almost off the spawn barrier to try and initiate something there, but it's now missing. We know CGN are happy to do this because it's in their retakes where, oh, they're trying to move a little bit faster. Element picked off through the smoke, insided with another big kill.
I think this is slowly heading into timeout territory as the CGN are getting caught off guard and giving away picks that just should not be. Element tried to get cheeky. I'm not saying that it's like desperation, but when you start to do things like that, where you're sending yourself into danger, trying to upset something, it does feel that way, right?
Yeah, and this is what we know for Element to do on CGN's defender's side, where he's not such an active component of the offense. He's constantly limit testing on defense, and if you're losing him early, peeking into KPI, they're going to punish you.
Well, it seems as if they are going to be sending it towards C, left, destroying all the KJ utility and the passive control that that held, but it's actually a straight pivot towards B. The alarm bot giving that up, and well, CGN, remember, has are still a person down here and have to go into a Viper's pit as well.
That's the big thing. KPI didn't deposit anyone on either extremity. They are just holding the chokes. CGN maybe choking up a little bit themselves in these last few rounds. This is going to make for 7. No attempt made. Everyone ready to save these guns. A couple of players beyond 1,000 credits. I think you can make an argument to get some kind of a purchase here into the next, but those opportunities are drying up thick and fast, Cairo. When CGN looked so good on their attacking side where they could set the pace, KPI are understanding much earlier on than Galacticos did yesterday how exactly this team is functioning and finding ways to exploit that.
Finished. At least it's a OTR back in Anguist's hands. And that's something that could perhaps be the deciding factor between these two, as we've seen a few being expended by KPI Hazard.
Something that CGN did a lot yesterday, which I'm yet to see from them, is take that C-mount control, be a bit more aggressive. like you say, orbs potentially. I don't know if you're going to get it, but it's something different. Think of one of the last rounds we saw on their attack side, a quick tempo change. Whether you go for it here off the timeout, whether it's that predictable or not, I'm not sure. But Capio is great at dealing with situations like this. We saw it in the first grand final from this year. They lost 13-0 on Icebox, but came back and won the following 2 maps. If he can find this kind of a reset, or at least something half as good, with the 3 rounds left that they need, then might just be it.
I don't think I've ever seen Capio look too stressed. He's always like you know what I mean, just lying, but like got the
chilled
hair
out.
Slightly, yes, chilled out. He's got one of those little I saw it yesterday. He had one of those little fans that go around your neck as well. It's almost like he's on holiday.
His whole room is white, so you'd think it's like exotic country or something. He's like just chilling out. I don't know if there's psychology there as to whether it relaxes you. I know pink is supposed to like lower your testosterone levels, which is crazy.
Mate, I don't know what you've been reading.
Well,
but
look, because Norwich City, my team, have a pink dressing room, away dressing room. So there you go.
Oh, right,
That's the mention. Had to get it in at some point. And look, psychology aside, has he picked their brains? No.
Well, I don't know if that was to gain extra information or to see if there was a gap to be taken. The ultimate's gone from Zeddy. Element does have the showstopper though, has it? That's the big one, and that's why you're probably seeing him a lot further back rather than limit testing, as we were talking about. Trying to get an opportunity to use that on a retake. A player who's maybe all on their own, like the way Bisk is investigating towards the A side of the map.
Killer's being very vocal right now, looking for the right call. Attention shifted to the A side of the map. This is where you want Benny to throw the Dizzy out through Waterfall or something like that. Of course, he can't cross. He's stuck in the corner. Get a little bit of information in these late stages of the round. They've been saving so much utility for retake. They've had no idea what's about to hit them most times. But then again, they've not had bodies on the site. They've got 3 of them here towards A. It's a B pivot late, which removes possibility of the spike denial, though.
Insider has given the jig up, but there's so low time, has it? And CGN had to read spot on with the way that they set up. It's Vince again, setting them up. Here we go, Element, and with a showstopper. There's not much in terms of targets to pick up, but he will do at least some chip damage. Insider stopping the B main, being under siege, but can't stop Hobbit. The spike is being diffused, and it's as easy as holding 4 for Vince in the end. He'll be able to get the rest of the kills as well.
Doing absolutely everything. Vince has been unbelievable so far this map. 27 kills. Just as much as we were saying there were records here on Lotus for Sayonara yesterday. It was Anguist with 31 versus Novo. And now Vince on course for a similar kind of result. 2 players which are trying to make their mark. Anguist, this is the furthest he's ever been in any interregional competition. First taste of it, in fact. Whereas Vince is looking to bounce back from the failures of the main event last year. Such a key round here, though, because you're looking at denying CGN getting map point just as the comeback was being built up by KPI. 1 away from Killers' Nightfall if you choose to execute with it.
I just got Killers in the end. That's the other thing has it about it. It's like already CGN have gutted the closet, buried the skeletons of Turkey, which has been haunting Dak for so long. Anguist under siege.
It's his site. They see the turret and they know. Smoke for the cross. Looking to maybe force out a peek of some sorts, and that's exactly what Bisk is holding on for. It's on the A side of the map where Element is a lot more front-facing here as he's checking it. Does have Vince ready to peek off. It's B again where they'll look to go, and the alarm bot comes up just in time.
Element's just missed his operator. Maybe catching what Bisk had caught at the start of this map, and as the B site once again has been attempted. You've got to be thinking about, yep, here it is. Davi's Hunter's Fury already picks up Sayonara. Denying the spike for just a little bit, but Hazard has finally gone down and allowed the Nightfall to come online.
KPI know they can get in post here, but without that Viper's Pit that they had a couple of rounds ago, they've struggled to hold on to it. CGN have looked good in the retake. You've still got the wingman on Benny. Finally, they want to try and take some more space towards Waterfall. Killes with a smoke at his disposal. You've also got Insider late coming through Hobbit.
Yeah, the players are already in. The fight's already taken, and CGN still holding on to that person advantage. Insider though, just ducking, weaving. Bisk with his operator in a 1v1 against Davi H, who's clutched up before, but can't do it this time. I mean, has a doubt Bisk's up, but after so many attempts, he has to get it right at least once, and he's got it spot on there.
In such a big round too, Bisk the man in control. That's what we wanted to see. Kills for impact. Another clutch in his books. Like we said, top in the charts for KPI. In that department, it's where you want him. Peek onto Daviation, taking the timing before the tap here as well. It's just so well read. KPI knowing again that they can get a free sight on B. If they pull strings in the right places, CGN were not there to fight it. Second timeout being called upon their behalf. Smart 7 once again introduced.
Yeah, I think like it's a good timeout, to be honest, if you're Smart 7, considering how when you think of the rounds that were happening there, or we just at the flow of it, CGN were the better team for the grand scheme of things. Just unfortunately, Bisk being able to 2v1 them, that shouldn't have been the case. Should have went CGN's way. So it's a good time to time out. Think about the plans they've got to come up with, especially when you look towards Anguist having the lockdown up and maybe thinking about plans to be used.
Smart 7, another name which has been around in CIS for a long time, was the coach for the original entrant of Na'Vi into Valorant. We've just been confirmed by production it was a CGN timeout, so apologies for the error there on screen. Focus put on KPI's coach, and the head of the snake on CGN's side of the server is lost. It's Benny first down. No surprises there, but this is not the place to lose him.
Well, all those points you can just disregard, I guess, has it? For the most
As I said before, look, he's a big name. He gets his 60 seconds as well. You have to remember, they're still building this comeback, and you've got to be thinking of what the adaptation is from CGN. They've taken so much more B main space on this round. It does come up empty-handed. It's an A plan. You're really thinking about the next, or any damage control they can do here.
Well, still
3 on 3.
Yeah, finding a chance here. An Elements judge could be awkward to deal with, especially if one of the players on a pistol could pick it up, but went for the rifle instead, and well, knowing about Bisk's operator is certainly operating at full capacity. Last two remaining players are stuck towards the back of site. They know it's difficult to try and break this, especially with no flashes. It's going to be easy to pick up. Anguist is now just burning, scorching the earth in which he stands. He'll find the rifle and try and get out with it, but there's not much there to get.
Not wanting to give anything away to Insider here either, because with the gap 4 rounds to a KPI win, 4 ult points off that Viper's Pit, it could just be yet another thing to think about. Bisk has got the tour de force off from all of these op kills. If there's ways that you can maybe punish CGN with a double setup, I'm not sure, but it's not something that they're going to opt for.
That's something we've not seen much of, is Davi H's Odin on this defence. That's the first time that's been introduced.
CGN only 1 round to show for, and this is one of the final chances they might get. It's a lot more aggressive in Mound. Anguist as he was on the previous, posted up and ready to activate his ability. Can't get out, has to stand his ground. Sayonara sinks him to the earth.
I mean, they've wasted Anguist, but has also a lot of utility to try and get rid of them. Look at the belts which KPI hold.
So much. They were really good at draining utility from Valiant here yesterday, so any pieces which you can wipe from the board before you get into that late round, those retakes that we spoke of, would be huge. You've also lost Anguist's turret through B. You're just hoping that both of these sites can hold. KPI are making inroads on A now, though. Getting ready to take this fight.
Whoa.
Showstopper never goes, and here's Element!
Oh, that's massive, Hazard! Zeddy somehow still keeps it competitive. But I mean, already WH and Element have done the business that they needed to. Zeddy low. Risk on a rifle rather than an operator. And Benny has a full belt of utility.
Again, he has everything. Dizzy's going to come through, scoped in, would be a struggle for Zeddy. Benny's going to make the jump instead, straight to the crosshair. How does he hit it? Vince is still alive and has been on a tear so far. The Thrash is invested around the wrong side. It gives Bisc a chance, but it's snatched straight away. Vince with the kill, which is going to collect 12 for CGN. Just as things were getting close, with all the importance we placed on this first map for how well both teams have played on it so far, CGN might have just put themselves in a position to draw first blood.
Yeah, I mean, WH is Odin. It's the first time we've seen it, and the impact is fantastic. I mean, Bisc is just, he's just been unfortunate. But the other part about this has it, moving into this round, I mean, Sayonara used up the showstopper. Bisc still has that tour de force. That'll at least get something like in terms of to work with, so it's still a full buy. But the main point I want to point out is Anguist's lockdown that has come online.
See a lot more passive on the same angle as before. Element has won the first duel. That's going to go a huge way. KPI, the hands are tied. They want to push the B site. Vince is here, and he's unbeatable. Only one this time. The lockdown's already been cooked in. Zeddy's the one with the spike. He's got to push out of Hobbit or find himself detained. From the shadows will be committed towards A. They know where the rest are. And Element is happy to take this fight with Davi by his side. 4 versus 2, CGN in front in what could be the final round of Lotus.
Looks like it. Kelly's going searching. Almost an adventure. Seeking his way through B. Zeddy's been found. That was the spike, and now Kelly's well known about trying to get back through. He's stuck with no way in. 40 seconds to work with, has it. It's not a lot of time to get 3 players and a spike down.
Killers is healthy, one off the Nightfall. Left. 30 seconds for the champ to have his chance. Able to break between the lines under Davi's nose. The first tap, and now they know. Hunter's Fury comes in, he'll dodge it. Not sure if the zip line was heard. Can't quite fully wrap around. Has to be this committal to the A site, but still wants to win that first duel. He will. It's on to Anguist. Second tap, second peek. Still buying time. He has to find the kills, and Benny is heading for the hills. It's done. CGN 13-9 on Lotus. Both were unbeaten coming in, but they are the ones who open the scoring in the grand final.
It's not even that though, Hazard. When it comes to the veto, KPI could pick their map first, and they picked Lotus. That's where they chose to start. And on top of that, they are the ones who end up losing it, right? You put almost CGN in a point where they can break your serve. In fact, they've broken your serve, and they get to go onto their own map pick, heading on to map number 2.
Huge win for CGN there in our opener. Like you say, it was KPI's pick. It doesn't go their way with Ascent coming up next. A lot of pressure put on them now. We said before, they struggled in these longer series, and it doesn't get off to the best of starts. We'll see what the analysts make of this one after the break.
Can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me.
An almost comeback from KPI, but CGN find their feet when it mattered most, taking any momentum built away from KPI and ripping their map pick out of their hands. Pavlos, you mentioned Lotus was a risky pick for KPI. Talk us through what you just saw.
I mean, you just described it perfectly. To be fair, it was a pretty damn strong start from CGN. They had a perfect attack, near perfect attack inside, really, not dropping much. And KPI didn't seem to be online as much, but when they were the ones on the attack, when the tempo switched, when they were in control of the pace of the game and how they wanted to approach it, everything changed. It sort of felt like they could maneuver their opponents everywhere where they wanted to and use that to their advantage to get clean spike plants. And when it came to the post plants, you started to see players like Bisc show up where previously weren't as prevalent.
It was just a massive failure from KPI's attacking half, right? Like, they win both the pistols on this map too, and somehow you still go down 10-2 in that first half. It was credit for CGN to sort of thrifty KPI, something that we saw exploited a little bit yesterday from Valiant. They were really good at doing that thing, but it is just those elements of like, what happens when Sayonara's not trying to get a 40 bomb to bail you out in the server? Probably maps like that, right? It's just CGN. They start off well. They looked really rocky on the second half. You could almost smell like comeback and that overtime coming, but a crazy round to just pull things back in the direction of CGN to close it out.
Yeah, I think we kind of spoke about this a little bit whilst we were watching, but I think, you know, this is the issue sometimes with Chamber as well, because Bisc didn't have the best start. Didn't he drop something like 1 kill in the first half?
Yeah, 1 and 12.
Yeah, and I think sometimes maybe not finding that impact with the Chamber when it's needed the most with those kind of early picks on the defensive round, you're gonna struggle. Let's talk a little bit more about Vince. Ryan, I'm gonna leave this one in your hands.
I mean, what is there to say? Like, literally, production told us we have 38 seconds worth of highlights, which is honestly probably just as long as Bisq was alive on that attacking side as well. So it sort of matches out. It's just, when you're looking at different players, like Element, the experience that he has, Benny, the way that this team is put together, the strategy, the comps, you don't really expect your controller to be the one that's putting in such an insane performance. Like, David was a player that Strong highlighted for our Ascension play-ins team for the future that you can see on maybe Tier 1. Vince just kind of didn't get ignored, but maybe got overlooked. And it was crazy how confident he was in taking these duels. It's like if you took Sayonara from that Valiant series, put him on Omen, and then put him in the server for CGN, you have what Vince was doing here.
Complete show-out performance from Vince, and it just illustrates to KPI that they also can have star power. And it's not from your frontliners, well, even though we had strong performances from Element as well, right? It's just the consistency that Vince brought to the table when it came to mid-rounding, when it came to post-pass, when it came to opening things up. Vince was just everywhere, consistent, and yeah, you know, most of the time you want someone like Vince to open things up for your teammates. He really didn't need much help in that endeavor. He was solo bolo for most of that.
Yeah, there were a couple of rounds as well that stood out for all of us. One, which was definitely a squeaky bum time moment, which I know, Pavlos, you'll go into very shortly. But Ryan, first of all, round 10, talk us through that round.
I think it was just a prime example of, like, stop, they're already dead kind of vibes. But it was not only the showing of what CGN were doing well on attack, but where Bisq was going so wrong. I said right at the start of the show, you live and die by the sword. The repick to go for the fight, Element 5-1 on first kills on this side. Bisq on the defense 0-5. He died first 5 times, more than the rest of his team combined, because he was going for those aggressive plays. But the rest, CGN were just really good at dealing with these scenarios. You could sort of see the KPI trying to walk in, full contact their way in those positions, but his post plant is just too good. And you also have Vince getting some crazy shots in. It's just like KPI were playing the way that CGN were yesterday, but they just like lacked in confidence. They weren't quite warmed up. Yeah. The occasion got the best of them. It's hard to say because it was so much better in the second half.
I mean, this was the map where we also mentioned that Sayonara was a requirement for the team to sort of show up, where he was appearing in places where he really shouldn't be appearing. It's sort of the Chamber's job to do. Get very far forward in placements that can, you know, you could use your rendezvous to get that get for free out without being traded, but you saw Sayonara taking that role. The fact that you can't really rely on performances like that, and we're not just talking about stand-up performances, we're talking about star performances. You can't really rely on them map after map, is what was illustrated in this series as a whole. And I think what CGN did was just play their game to a T.
Yeah, and there was one specific round which I felt like could have gone either way and could have been the round breaker for the game and which way it went, whether the comeback was continued by KPI or whether CGN won it out. And that was round 21, right, Pavlos?
Yes, it was. And Ryan can break through rounds and make it all seem smart and dandy. I'm just going to let you guys react to this. This is a reaction round. This is where we'll get to see what happened, how it happened, all over again, because we love seeing chaotic rounds again and again and again, especially when things like this happen. Sayonara walks in, Davi is there, Element walks out of the shadows, Zeddy is there with the operator, somehow gets a shot across the wall and gets a double, and even though all this chaos happens, it's still a 2v2. No one's won it yet. KPI get the plant down, CGN trying to get back, regroup together as you would. And yeah, the first few seconds were just a big highlight of this game.
It's this. Yeah. It's just like Benny just sending it, jumping up just as high as his Dizzy was thrown. Like, what a crazy angle. He headshot wallbangs him as well. And then just decided, like, I don't mind talking smack about Bisq in that defensive half because he was woeful, but on the attack, he was so good. It was so much different. He was finding so much more success. He won the bonus clutch. He won the clutch before this round that really set the sail for an overtime. And in that position, you almost feel he's going to win it, but it was just such a weird, unique CGN way of playing that really catches him by surprise and confirms it for CGN.
Well, let's take a quick look at what that means for the series and the map progress so far, because of course, as we've mentioned already, that was KPI's map pick, a risky one albeit, and it did go in CGN's favor, but that means that we're heading into Ascent next, which is CGN's map pick, and we know it's it's literally the only map that KPI have dropped in play-ins so far. So it will be very interesting going into this one. Pavlos, I don't know if you have a specific take or prediction for Ascent. I'm going to throw it to you straight away. What are you thinking?
It's hard to imagine that KPI can win this one, given how consistent their opponents have been in playing it, right? And as you said, they've already faltered a little bit. It's a bit rough. But the thing that they do have going for them is that Ascent is a simple map. You don't have to, over analyze things and get too complicated with it. But it's at these moments that you realize that having experience playing it time and time again and being your bread and butter, you can get a little bit more advanced with it, and can make those mid-round decisions that much quicker, which at the end of the day can make a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't laughing at you, Pavlos, because you're right, like, Ascent is the straightforward map, but not when your opponent's playing Phoenix Jet, like, as a double duelist. Like, that's the curveball, right? But it's also just the form that CGN have been on. Like, I think they're 8-1 so far since the start of Stage 2. They have lost once to alternative attacks, but the games that they've won, the most rounds that they've dropped was 7. So when they win pretty damn hard. And it's also like their attacking side is strong. 60+% win rate on a side that teams hate to play on first because the defensive side is so well considered. So this is going to be comfortable for CGN. Like, looking good on that first map, going on to this choice where we've already seen KPI be incredibly shaky against Valiant yesterday. It feels like it's set up for you, but that's usually where these teams maybe overcomplicate it a bit.
Yeah, I do wonder as well, kind of going into this with KPI running that Ascent meta, I almost feel like CGN have that upper hand. They know how Ascent will be played by them, very likely. Like, that's not to say that KPI won't throw something exciting in there and maybe something different that we've not seen on Ascent before, but CGN already have that element of surprise going in, like you said, with the Phoenix and the Jet being played. I think they've also ran an Astra. Quote me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. It's an Astra.
Yeah. So that also, opens up, I think, a lot of potential for those post plans. I mean, I'm biased. I love an Astra play. I'm a boastee, and I know how great Astra can be. What are your takes on that Astra pick?
Makes sense, actually, that like Zesht is on the team that is playing Astra, because he is the captain, the ambassador of the Astra Appreciation Society, or I guess it'd be shot to ASP, which isn't great, but that also kind of sums up how Astra's good on this meta. But yeah, it's a bit of CGN have been playing, so it's the same old KPI. I think the only thing that I was thinking that they might do is swap Sayonara back to that Silver, because it is still so good. Bisk is hopping, got really good and warmed up towards the end of Lotus. But no, they're still dedicating Sayonara to that duelist, and he did try to put that map on his back and didn't work as well as the others.
Yeah, and I think that's what KPI are hoping, that this time around Sayonara can be the difference for them. Obviously, like we said, it's not something you can rely on. You need the rest of the individuals to show up. Yes, players like Bisk did come up huge towards the end of the game, towards the second half, but you can't let things go wrong for so long. You've got to be able to perform from the beginning, and now that they've warmed up, there are no more excuses.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting here, because when they played Valiant previously, Sayonara was still up there at the very top. So I wonder if they'll implement anything different in terms of how they're setting him up, or any different plays. Who knows? But we are all going to know together very, very soon, because Ascent is ready. So I will hand you back over to our casters, Hazard JC and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, looking at the veto, it was already said on the analyst desk, this was the one that we're thinking is the lock-in for CGN. With Haven up next, KPI territory, they can put themselves in a really strong situation for what is potentially the final 3 maps. However, the last time that KPI lost an opening map was in the grand finals of Split 1. They beat Kase on the next. That was their chance to get back into things.
Yeah, this is a big map for the whole series, Hazard, because for KPI, they've played this once and lost it. They didn't have a good attacking side, their defence wasn't great either, and as for CGN, Hazard, they've played this 8 times and won almost all of them, right, apart from one. This is how good and how promising this series is for CGN right now. KPI need to really lock in, because if not, I can see this slowly getting away from them.
Both teams winning their pistol rounds on the previous map, both putting up dominant halves. This KPI defense needs to show a little bit more for us here, or things will get worrying. CGN on their own map selection with a chance to go 2 up in the grand final.
I mean, this is the thing though, Hazard. CGN on Ascent are well above average when it comes to winning their attack rounds. Always.
It's the comp as well.
Yeah, I mean, they always tend to find themselves at an advantage coming into the next half when they are on the attack, even finishing out from there.
Nice shot Element, gets things started, wins the jet duel, and Sayonara missing again. 5 on 4. They can now start to split the site. There's still 2 players here, one of them Kiles, joins up with Zeddy through their own dark cover. And while I would have had the flashes to take the fights, it happens through the midsection instead. Both Insider and Bisq, the core, the foundation that this team is built upon with exactly the response you want. And last time we saw CGN in this position, they weren't decisive enough.
That's exactly the exact point I was going to make, Hazard. Decisiveness has been a real weakness for CGN. You can see just Vince deposited in mid is something to catch players rotating in and allowing the players to brawl their way into a site take, but it doesn't seem to be happening for them, and time is getting low. And with Insider making his way through B main, time is ticking away for CGN to get this spike down.
Waiting for a reaction. The mid-round is where things fall apart for CGN. KPI able to restore order effectively, doing all the right things. The team play, which felt absent at times for the majority of their defender's side on Lotus, pops up inside the first minute and a half.
Pings towards the middle of the map as well for KPI. Probably looking to contest that, especially since Sayonara is on the Marshall. No heavy shields, of course, Hazard, because why would you do that on the next round? I mean, for the light shield, though, Element probably the only one being able to withstand a bullet from that Marshall of Sayonara in mid. And it's actually a BE main. Do you know what? I'll just shut up.
It's all good. We're loving the info, Kyra. This is what it's all about.
Well,
no Marshall picked up by Element this time around. That's probably the biggest thing. A key factor of how CGN play these ecos, I guess you can say, up against the anti. When you lose the pistol round, which we've seen from them time and time.
I was going to say, if the players on B main for KPI continued forward, there's a chance of a crunch, except it's the exact same push that we saw in the last round in the pistol.
Smoke goes up, Anguist on the other side. Timing is everything, like you say, but KPI know about this market presence. Bisq has to thread the needle with the Guardian, does get one. It's a double peek back in, straight to his barrel. Couple more, and Sayonara will hit Element right between the eyes. No amount of shields can offset that amount of damage. Insider finding the final couple makes it flawless. Heading into the bonus, this is the strong signs and start that we were looking for.
I mean, there was something that Strong was talking about the other day on Deskaza about the cycles of utility in the game and how everything works, and saying that KPI would tend to struggle with the utility that Valiant was going to be able to put forward. That was the case. With CGN contacting everywhere and using little to no util till their execution, it might allow KPI to have that chance to go and punish.
Oh, I like the idea from Zeddy. Supportive flash from Kiles. Usually it's your jet player on the angle there. Does get punished. CGN early numbers, but Benny has dropped low. He's going to have to reinvest some of his own utility to get healed up. And you can see it's already taking place in spawn.
Actually, it's both the wall and the molly, so he's going all the way up to 100.
Still that outlaw in play, you could very much take him offline, but I think that's a trade that you're happy to make to get some site control. Spike starting to move towards A, but I wouldn't be surprised if CGN head through middle to market and try and split B again, because it's the same kind of ideas that they keep on presenting.
I mean, A site will be under lock and key. Be able to buy a bit of delay in the gamble from KPI is
Look at
so
that.
good, mate.
Huge rotation if they commit to it. You've only got Davi late through main, can recon over the top to support, but KPI have got boots on the ground on the A site and they're ready to take these engagements. Both outlaw shots land. One to Benny, one to Vince. Both are dead. Davi gone as well. Only one left, I should say. Bisc finishes it off. It is a whitewash when it comes down to the execute, Cairo. KPI doing so much to contain, but they had all the right ideas.
They did. I'm a bit worried, like, now as this starts to go on, KPI have got such a good read on what CGN are trying to do on the last round. Like, it's pretty easy to tell what's going on in terms of gambling towards the east side. I mean, you got to run it back online in the last round, but it's not much of a saving grace.
You don't see Benny use it much on these eco rounds either. They're happy to invest ults, but it's a very set strategy. CGN trying to fill the mid vacuum again. Edge of the Nebula being guarded by Sayonara. Crosses and the reaction is a little delayed. Vince able to get up to Arch. What is the reaction? KPI looking to invest a few more players towards short here perhaps. See if they can box them in, but nothing as of yet.
I mean, Sayonara's looking to try and hold on to the CT space as well, since how far Elements got up. A lot of moving parts here, and Bisc finding Benny. It's going to stop the B main players coming out, but they're starting to get out of market as well. That drone is massive from Bisc.
Two players that need to push the smoke to support the site holder, Insider. The anchor, one picked up by Bisc on the way through stairs, but Element has another back in the conversation. Davi has to cross with the spike to the site. He's unable to. It's Element in a 1 versus 3. Does have the Vandal, but two players holding on to market. They will not put a foot wrong. Killez to lock in the fourth. KPI really starting to stretch their legs now.
I mean, Hazza, the first time that we saw Ascent played by CGN in this tournament and play-ins against Pedro, it was the same exact start and they were able to bounce back. I mean, different opponents, different stage in the game. I mean, does CGN begin to look at a timeout after this one? The attack is notoriously hard on Ascent. But as we've already said, CGN are notoriously good at attacking Ascent.
So thinking about the players themselves, performance-wise, CGN looking a lot like how KPI were in the previous. Ult connecting from Bisc onto his teammate. Not the first time that's happened, but we'll be thankful it's not a kill this time around.
And they're executing into the KG setup as well, has it. They'll get the site, probably considering the positions of KPI, but not without a little bit of bomb.
You've inserted Zeddy towards Wine, but there's not really been a big rotation afforded yet. Bisc forced to wade through the nano as it opens up at his feet, and the same can be said for Insider. Nice smoke from his teammate. Can now support the site a little bit better. Bisc has got the opener, and Benny, Molly out, has nowhere to look. Davi gets one back, and Anguis by his side. The site given over to CGN, but KPI are ready to flood this.
Yeah, they are, Hazard, and the players on the site are stuck there. They've got their backs to the wall, they need to fight hard, but it's not going to work out at all. 5 in a row from KPI. They do not look like the same team yesterday that played Ascent.
Do not look like the same team 1 map ago in the opening half. This has been a huge restoration. They saved face in the second and now back onto Ascent. The story is completely different. Even looking at that round, the supportive utility to bridge the gap from CT to the B site itself has been so good. round after round. And even once CGN try and set up, the flood is there immediately because they've already paved the path. The bricks in the road. Now it's Capio to try and offset that a little bit.
It's the fact that, like, simple things like Benny's peeking while the ult is still coming online, if that makes sense. Like, he's still in that animation and he's locked in it, so he can't get his rifle out to fight, and no one peeks off the back of that trade. So essentially, it's worthless. I mean, the site setup was spot on. The protocols from KPI from there on forth, that's the one thing that has to be said. And yeah, Hunter's Fury used in the last round. So realistically, the only counter to Anguist's lockdown is that of Insider's lockdown.
That or a well-timed knife from Killes. His utility has been impressive so far. We can speak so much about the Phoenix and the Astra, but the absence of a KO on one side and then flip the inverse to what KPI have at their disposal, there's a reason why this comp is played so consistently. And sometimes teams will take out fundamental aspects like that KO and you miss so much in the process.
Don't overthink it.
It's been a big tool in terms of the A main control, which they've enjoyed for the previous few as well. But finally, CGN might just be giving it a look in.
Straight into the A split. Not even contested mid KPI.
Davi has to play his life carefully here because he's the only one in A main.
The Lambot will give plenty of notification about players coming in here, and Insider gets a big bit of damage for his time, and I mean even a kill, going for more. Zeddy and Insider combined. It's so easy for them when it comes to the duels hazard. The shot not quite hitting, at least Element gets one back in the conversation, but it is only one, and the spike is in KPI's hands.
Element has so much work to do. Davi gets the Hunter's Fury up. Cannot help his teammates whatsoever in this situation. The Portuguese left to a 1v4. Not quite within his wheelhouse, you would think. KPI, an opportunity for them to move up to a 6th. Sure, Zeddy and Insider are low. That's the trade-off for the short fight, but Sayonara, should have had that one kept. Didn't. 30 seconds left to play around with now. That one shock dart could go a hell of a long way.
It would be incredible if he brought this through. I mean, gets the spike, that's all he was wanting, and dips out. You can see Bisk already looking to try and cut off the rotate, and he gets a glimpse at him. Davi double thinking about maybe peeking out, but it will be on towards the side where time is low, and to get the spike down. KPI are rushing this.
Giving him a chance. Does get revealed. That allows Zeddy to pounce. 3 kills picked up. The operator should come with it. To go back to the start of that round though, Cairo, something I wanted to highlight was, again, the KO utility. Not only does it locate that Davi is the only player in A main, which means they can focus more heavily on the short push, it removes his drone as well, so he's a little bit more paranoid to clear it. You can see on the minimap, he only just gets in once 3 of his teammates have gone down. Not finding the full value of the setup there. KPI just reading it really well and having such strong counter utility themselves.
Turn out.
Well, has almost a full belt of ultimates for CGN to use in this round to execute. It is an eco though, so I imagine we won't see any of them. Maybe we'll see the blades from Element, but that's about the size of it.
That's what you're expecting here, and actually, with Insider being the only player towards short this time, has to rely on those nanos a little bit to hold the line. Suppression onto 3 players, though. Again, just variant in how this KO knife is being used, but still finding so much value. It's actually Element by itself this time around.
I mean, it's a duel against Insider. You can see why they would want shot, because it's to deny the lockdown. Spike going down, shot contested, and that's a big ultimate offline. I was going to say, I could see a lockdown being invested by CGN to buy some time, and it's done so.
Well, not only that, it's going to buy a whole heap of space if Element can find the capitalization that he's looking for here. Benny still has 2 flashes, 2 players detained. Bisk and Sayonara gone for the next 8 seconds. And the ultimate's connected onto one of them. Sayonara's going to try and jump out. So many pieces invested by CGN where we thought they wouldn't, but it's managed to post their first round.
Yeah, I mean, no point KPI going for it, but with the fact that CGN were actually saving in this round, they're holding for exits. All in all, well planned round by CGN. As soon as you see like already the setup from KPI to play retake and the fact that Insider's ultimate is up, they just put Element in there to try and deny that, and he does so well.
Thanks.
You have to be really careful playing retake against CGN if they're not offloading any of that utility, because as you say, 3 ultimates there, every single one of them, the blades of Element, the aggressor, and the other 2 from Davi and Anguis to just reinforce it, has got them on the board. It's broken the streak of 6. Still a Guardian there though. Element's op could be huge to take this fight. It's Davi instead which goes down. They only recalled the Nebula, that was it to fight mid.
Maybe knowing that there would be an op, thinking maybe it was Bisk from last map, but no, it's Sayonara on this, and he does not miss.
He doesn't. Not this time around. Hear his name floating around the whole of challenges all the time. It's for good reason. He has the world at his feet. Bisk, another one of those players that can be equally as good on their day, and that's the scary part.
Yeah.
Anguist looking to throw his name into the ring. Insider gone, only B player in terms of making that cross that they used to do so many times. KPI don't have full spawn control. In fact, it looks like Bisk is going to be investing this drone to even re-clear it as well. Still a 4v3.
Kill
what a
to
shot.
Sayonara. Hazard, that brings it back equal. Cosmic Divide still available and plenty of stars to be used as well.
They can batten down the hatches here. You have a star placed on one of the sides. It's the lane being held by the alarm bot, so Vince face checking this one himself. Not going to be in the best position to use his utility. Does full tuck off the contact of the flash. They are right back at it. Anguis nose to the grindstone, keeps on going. 2 kills from the 4v3 puts CGN, a player, at the advantage now. KPI damage limitation, trying to remove these rifles from the board. Bisk and Killers doing a brilliant job at it, and in fact, they will wipe the slate clean. They don't get a 7th, CGN onto a 2nd.
Still, they're building their way into this haphazard, slowly but surely. KPI need to be careful because their buy and their money is slowly starting to dwindle away. CGN start to put rounds together more and more. The only thing that I will say about it is that their ultimates are starting to get less and less. That's them going to be resetting their ultimate cycle, and they've got to think about where they go next in terms of their plans. A lot of these round wins have been attributed to the ultimates that they have in pocket.
Now those win conditions, one away from Benny's. He gets the orb here, and it's a chance that we see it instead. Burning straight through 2 flashes. Insider won't be caught off guard by it though. In fact, he plants his feet and finds 2 kills. Bisk is there immediately. Such a quick reaction from KPI, and this one's dead in its tracks.
Yeah, straight away. Coming back from this would be. I'm not even going to think about it because it's not going to happen, right?
I hope so. I'll have to see.
Like
It's Anguist and Davi, the same 2 names that have been in these positions before. One less though. Just Anguist, 1v5.
Listen, mate, it's you that's been cussing people all tournament. I'm taking nothing to do with this. Anguist, yeah. I mean,
Sayonara's up. That KO knife we spoke so much about, surely not.
nah, it's not going to happen. You can already see Anguist is wanting to save. He doesn't want anything to do with it. I mean, for KPI, as they start to get more and more in this defensive half, I just think they've got the setup spot on. Everything about it. Like usually with the other day when we saw CGN play it, Galacticos were over peaking, finding themselves in position, like having your KO being the lurker rather than, I don't know, maybe your KG or your Cypher player. Is this a 2nd time out from CGN?
Just waiting for confirmation. It is KPI this time who need a 60-second pause. 3 rounds left, just being cautious of any adaptation, but a momentum blocker in some ways could favor CGN here. They have got the run it back available. I think the big thing to note about that previous round is just how quick the reaction was that time. Sure, Bisc and Insider had things covered, but everyone was present. As soon as Benny reaches into his pockets for that second flash, you can tell that something's up. CGN were not often committing in that kind of fashion. I find it a little surprising they didn't try and build towards it though, when that's where their win conditions have been.
Exactly. It's just the breaking of chokes and stuff like that has been the biggest problem for CGN. A main, B main, under lock and key every single time from KPI. You think about the general rounds again, it still comes down to these ultimates. As you said, like getting the run it back on as much as possible.
Yeah.
Like that would be a game plan, because it's ultimates that are winning you the round, and that's the easiest one to get.
Yeah, you've seen it. Benny bouncing around like a playground. Sayonara hoping to make mid one of his own though, but has missed. Shot lands onto him instead. Only 5 HP. Element within striking distance. The rest of CGN, they're all present towards short. 3 of them. A couple on the other extremities. It's actually Zeddy that goes down.
4v4, it's still looking for Insider to try and get something back, and that might be a step too far. Oh. And it seems to be the case is CGN are just punishing every overpeak which KPI have. Yeah, and Anguist has found himself onto the A side.
He's managed to get out here as well. Like Sayonara dies in the backlines, you're wondering how on earth that happened. CGN pull the rug from beneath KPI's feet. This one doesn't settle for the Spanish. It's yet another that they put on the board.
So unnecessary.
Yeah.
Like everything about it, like Insider running out the smoke, and like he takes a second to look around himself, and Davy gives enough time for Davy to pick up the kill. I don't know about that one. A big question mark on that round.
Yeah, it feels like a flash in the pan. You were saying before, if KPI were collecting coins in the peaking jar, they might be able to buy that partnership spot outright. Not exactly got to that point just yet. But you do worry if rounds like that continue, it gives CGN a platform.
Yeah. It's funny about that last round though, Hazza, the timeout was actually called by both coaches. Both of them wanted to use a timeout. So
what do they do, flip a coin? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, that's an interesting admin call about who uses the timeout up.
Well, if it comes down to coin flips, KPI did win the one for the veto. So that's something. And so is Benny's ult. He was clinging on to it for so long. Finally, we see it come through. And what does he get from it? He presses the button. That's it.
Yeah. But at the same time though, this ultimate is going to put B main completely open. CGN are calling to fight this as a look at the bodies on there.
Benny's the one stuck in the corner. Killer's blaring off as the null command pulses from his chest. It's a bullet to the head by Benny. Anguish still ready to duel this. The lockdown is there. It's important that they do so. Insider guiding it with his life. Sayonara there too. Element there to break it. But where is Bisc in all of this? He's out through spawn. Element stuck in the corner. The site is his if he chooses to go and has all the utility to clear the corner.
Bullets.
4 bullets for Element. Time is on his side though. Bisc is forced to clear this. He will reach into his pocket for both shots. There's an updraft, but he wants to aim down the sights. Bisc gets it. It's incredibly close, but it closes in before he can get there. Element forcing his hand to make the play which he cannot collect. So, CGN get another round. That's 4 from 5 now.
Yeah, it's starting to really get stuff going. That round, chaos. I mean, it all comes down to the B main fight and then Element buying time. Bisc could have had that over the line. It's unfortunate, but it's nice plan making from KPI, knowing that they can get in towards main, fight that. But again, ultimates and the effectiveness that we're finding from it, KPI lose big pieces and allow CGNs to come online. Look, 1 away for the Cosmic Divide and the lockdown available for Anguist.
Very quickly trying to fill that gap in A main. It's the same fragment which we've seen used by KPI round on round. The dagger is there to check it. It's only Benny which they spot. do not know about the rest. This is so tentative. A 5th round for CGN here makes all the difference in my eyes. And look at this nano, where is that coming from? That's insiders, that's in support.
Yeah.
You're almost 4 players strong, but you've lost your first.
Get out of my way.
I mean, KP said he's looking to set in towards Wayne and uses paranoia as a way to set someone up, but the plan is falling away.
They still don't
know about Zeddy, but he has been taken low. The lockdown being worked on, and that would have given up Zeddy anyway. Insider is fighting this. The advantage already taken, and a reset for CGN.
As soon as the molly flies across the map, Insider has enough time to follow his own throw. 1v1s,
30 seconds
both
left.
anchors are isolated. Bisk is the one that has to stand his ground, and Benny's so far away from everyone else with the spike.
Yeah, he's so far forward.
What is
thinking,
that?
What?
Oh, no!
Benny, what? He's too far forward. Derby has the exact idea of where Bisk is, and now Insider's coming in. Time's getting low. Vince has
Messi.
it. They're going to have to just send it forward. Bisk stuck at the back of sight. 4 seconds. Committing to the spike. Does Bisk peek out? No, the round's gone. Benny's just ran too far ahead.
A messy round.
Switching sides.
CGN on the back foot. The deficit is twice as big as it would have been had they not picked that one up. Capio must be fuming. You understand what the idea was, the rationale to an extent. Elements baiting the steps, 10 paces behind Benny. Didn't even have his own gun out to punish Bisk there. Then you're committing to an ult to punish backside. No one to trade off of Vince's body. And when the dust settles, it's 8-4. KPI have got themselves a huge first half. That 8 can go a very long way. Back-to-back pistol wins puts them a step further.
Yeah, that's incredible. This is my lifeline though for CGN when it looked as if it should not have been the case. Players outside of the smoke, you can just see the Paro and Elements missed it entirely.
Big opportunity. As we said before, he loves to roam on this defender's side, but it's put CGN a player down. Inside the first 30 seconds, KPI with options at their disposal. The turret still watching for tiles. A main is the only place that they have to be ever so slightly curious of right now. Killes the player holding for it, but they're just going to wait for these guys to react, and it's probably Benny to do it.
Watch your eyes.
Well, there it is, but the capitalisation only pulls out the paranoia. It's a big piece to get rid of. But, I mean, Benny, he's gone.
Ooh. Turret just got pulled back in tiles. Davi's starting to fill that gap. It may be a little bit too late. You can already see KPI getting ready to head towards short, but so is CGN.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe just in time. The players react brilliantly though, Hazard. KPI, they've got everything down to a T. Trying to pin, can't find what they're looking for in Zeddy. On for the ace.
Planted.
Nobody cleared him. Just as soon as the door was shut, it opens back up. Sayonara will throw his hat into the ring, but it won't work. Killes with the kill, which puts KPI on 9. Both pistol rounds picked up for them here. 3 in a row, in fact, to that end. Momentum is building from the Spanish representative, and that gets all the more scary if you're CGN.
It does. I think that's it. When KPI start to look hot, that's when you really need to start to do everything in your powers to cool them down. With the momentum at their back, a map in which they looked weak on yesterday, not the case today.
Said he immediately TP's out in mid. Element was pre-firing it. The typical angle that you'd expect the Omen to play. But this is some quick control for them, and in terms of what's been used, Recon, KO knife, not too much. Everything will be brought back exactly when they need it. I think in a round like this as well, it's important to just bring that stat back up. CGN haven't lost a final in the last 2 years. The only one which they did recently was against Mouse. That a best of 5. KPI, their regular season best of 1s.
Yeah.
Into the playoffs, the BO5s.
Take flight.
It's where they struggled a little bit at times. You know, that loss against Barcelona is the biggest one. But the win versus Kase, both going to 5. Being able to reset coming into your second map, something they demonstrated here, and we're getting it. They are putting the pieces together.
I think, yeah, like you see, struggled a little bit. I more just see that's the longevity and the compliments to the roster about their mental resilience in that aspect. Nice shot from Anguist though. Oh, hello!
Something to think about. Anguist leaves not a thought in their brain as it hits the canvas. Davy is here as well. Kara, it's a 4-on-2, and the players are low.
Oh, they are. Time's low as well, Hazza. Trying to get the spike down, and everybody's bearing down on the last remaining player, the killers.
Rounds like this where it just eludes you for a moment. You think about the bigger picture and CGN are present in every single damn round. That's going to be a 5th for them. And just when you thought that KPI had extended their advantage, that it was in the bag, that's 2 Guardians out, and more importantly, the round picked up.
Thrifty.
I mean, the fact that they've now brought themselves back into a position. They did this against KPI in the last map. I'm thinking how they were able to string rounds together. What was the score in that half? 10-2?
Yeah, look, this one's just getting started. It's your defender's side after all. You missed the pistol, but CGN manufacturing a lot of those buys where you have sheriffs on players, marshals, the like. Some will full save, but these guys, Anguist, Element, always empowering their individuals. That has to be the biggest takeaway. If I'm KPI right now, as much as the narrative has been young stars, this, Sayonara, what they can offer, never hit Anguist's sight on an eco. That's what I've got to be saying.
Just make sure you don't go near Anguist at all. Or Element.
What are we calling him yesterday? The plumber. If there's a leak, he'll plug it. You just don't go near. He finds every single gap.
Nice shots from Element. Now it's starting to look a lot better for CGN. Although Anguist may be a little bit too close for comfort towards the players in B main. Look how close up and how far KPI are finding themselves. But they're not quite CGN when it comes to the pistol rounds, has it? Well fought by CGN. And they'll get plenty of those rifles into what essentially becomes the bonus round for them.
Both Sentinels having a brilliant game, and it opens up that head-to-head once more that I introduced in the first map. To many, Anguist will be the best Sentinel in the tournament at this point in time. His first play-ins tournament, his first inter-regional tournament. And, you know, why is that? It's the discipline in terms of how he chooses to take his fights. You never see him overcommit. Inside is a bit more feast or famine, likes to be aggressive, well, in many of the same ways. You did see the value that he got on the previous as well. Here's Element again. And look, if Element is going to be hitting shots and keep getting these openers, then I can very quickly see this spiraling out of control.
The good thing here for KPI is the ultimates again, like, seeing here No Command comes online. Look towards that B side where all of the utility is committed in the KG, sitting over the top of it. That could be where KPI look to finish.
Placing swarm grenade.
Nano lineup. That should be to break the turret. Does land, but shoots it out himself, Insider.
They didn't catch Anguist either, so they still don't know.
At least the awareness that players are there, combined with Davy. Empty utility belt for the Sova player. Anguist is just holding this dry.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to use utility because of the null command.
The recon has just come back up. Maybe a moment late. Anguist is ready for it. Finds the first and the second. Third player isn't revealed, but he knows where Insider stands, and between them, nothing! Anguist with 4! It's flawless and downright ridiculous from him again!
I can't believe it, Hazza. It gives me visions of last year. Your boy Lewis bringing focus over the line. Anguist trying to do the same. They're friends as well.
Yeah.
It's incredible. A prodigy which, I mean, we thought would be good. Didn't think it would be this good, Hazza. My God.
Molded shaped, kept under the wing of the UK scene, the worst kept secret out of grassroots. MVP of the Epic LAN only a year ago. Small events, but now on the big stage and given his chance, showing up his skill in bucket loads. Nice shot, Element. Again, he's the first one to fight and he wins everything.
The defensive side, he just seems to turn the corner every single time. If he is struggling, Kelly's though going a step further, finding himself in CT.
Right here.
I mean, you can see the limit testing here, has it, from KPI and where they're finding themselves. Element might have an idea of what's behind him. You can see him check it. There it is.
Element 3k on the round, but this could make this difficult. It's Benny, which they've put under duress. He's the one in the hot seat, the Phoenix player. Onto the angle though, there is not much left to be made of this one. Not unless Zeddy can get a rifle in his hands. It's a Vandal which he collects. Still has the spike, but he's backed into a corner. There is nowhere to go.
Yeah, 4 bullets as well. Doesn't have a chance to reload it, else he'll just be peeked.
Can't afford to spare a single missed shot. One left in the chamber. One final chance for Zeddy in this round. Will commit to the plant. Benny going in for the swing, has won it for his team. Brilliant work by the captain. Selfless again for their success. Closes to bring the gap within 1.
You never would have thought this would be the case, coming out after the pistol. Thinking that at the end of the day, KPI just looked too strong. But instead, CGN come out of absolutely nowhere with their anti-eco rounds. In fact, I think that's about 3 or 4 that we have witnessed from CGN alone in this tournament. That's incredible statistics.
Be many more, I don't know. It's just seems to be a point of consistency which they can rely upon when things get difficult.
Yeah.
CGN super passive towards A. It's an aggressive maneuver that they make down mid. Element hit by the turret. They know Sayonara re-clearing, but it's with an op and there's nobody there to greet him.
Yeah, the Vision Striker's not really working out. It was nice to be combined with the Grav well that would keep you stuck in place.
You don't have Benny's flash, do you, there? So that's the difference. That's where this comp needs to be a little more tailor-made.
I mean, you saw Gentlemates do something similar. Wild as well back in France League. Where they would, like, I think it was Phoenix flash out.
Yeah,
of
it was.
Instead.
That Phoenix player hero.
Where's he now? I don't know him.
Only on his way to champs. It's the former champs winner in the server that's next to go. Element at the double. How does he keep on delivering? They peek him 1 by 1 and he reaps the rewards every single time.
Shadows.
Still slowly contacting in, and you can see CGN a lot more
30 seconds left.
happy to sit and hold at lines of sight, waiting for KPI to peek in. There's no flashes to stop anybody from holding them either, has it? Maybe an info dart or whatever, but no, just keep going for Element, and he'll potentially get an ace, denied by Vince, but they still equal out the round count, which is most important for CGN on their second map, and also has a CGN's pick.
Not only is it another round win, it's an impenetrable defensive round. A flawless that they post, in the gun round no less. Element catches the shoulder of Sayonara. The attack op has not really been able to make its imprint so far. It's all about Element. He's not exactly taking particularly offensive angles. You think about some of the last few entry points that he had, that 1 round in market from Switch, there on short with the shoulder spot. They're playing into his game plan and CGN are executing it.
This is something that we saw yesterday as well with CGN. Galacticos, every time that they tried to execute into a CGN site, it was almost like hitting a brick wall. And this time, KPI, they're feeling the same process, but it's Element who seems to be the immovable object. This time though, Not going to be on the rifle. Decided to choose a different weapon.
Placing alarm bot.
Going to bring in the op for the first time on this defense.
Turret out.
I think something you want to call into question a little bit, as much as Killes had a great first half, it maybe hasn't been the same kind of initiation that you want. Zeddy right there by him. 9 assists on the Omen so far.
The last map, it was almost like Killers and Sayonara were joined at the hip on the defensive rounds. Not really seen so much of that since then, but well, I mean, look at the map and look at the way Sayonara and Killers are moving. It's like they're joined at the hip again.
Exactly. Sayonara getting so much to be under this squad of CIS talent, which have had their time. Again, we spoke of those former mech players, Defo yesterday. Zeddy himself on the Forza roster that went to Masters events back in the online era in 2021. There is quality here, but it's elements up this time that you have to face into. Benny playing the stall game on short, Killers goes down. Falling one by one into their graves. At the very least, they get a spike plant. That'll be useful. It puts Zeddy in a position where this Vandal could find value.
I mean, just buying time, right? You get that extra part of the game on your side, but Sayonara's only on a Sheriff, and, well, the rest of the players are already bearing down. Low on health, and has a CGN, low on, KPI are low on chances to get this back in their favour. The CGN's momentum doesn't seem to be stopped. Now's an important point in the game, especially in this second half, because it's the ultimates that essentially are going to decide the end of this half.
And the end of this map. Once again, the old guard put to the sword by the CGN youngsters. It's Anguist in that retake. Again, it always is. You never see Element be that first player back over the threshold. Now with the op, you don't expect it either. As you mentioned, there are ults. For CGN's retake, mid is where KPI go again. They have been obsessed with taking this space, and they will be given it as well.
Create the question mark. CGN, I mean, they know that nobody's crossed because Anguist is watching and paying attention. But towards that bottom mid side of things, that's something they need to keep an eye on in case KPI have dedicated a player to flank through mid and come in through CT. Creating difficult scenarios which CGN need to contend with.
It's this short push again that you're looking at though. 4 players strong. They'll have twice the number on the A excursion. But if Element wins this duel in main against Bisk, if he's not careful, then it's a crossfire they can set up when the site push comes through.
They'll at least get
Vince is gone.
Yep, put Element in a position where he needs to do everything to hold on to this space. Knows that Bisk is there. You can see the op and the utility dedicated to this position. It's not worked out. It's put KPI 2 to the good, and Benny's trying to fight his way back in. A lot of ultimates being sent forward to try and get this round, and it looks like it's done the business. Just think of the longevity of this map, Hazard.
Really important round for KPI to win. CGN the first team to break double digits, but they can match it instantly as soon as their lead is taken away. An 8-4 half. This is only going to be their second. CGN holding on to a lot, as you already mentioned, though. And I think the thing there is the question marks put onto Market. The fact that Benny wasn't able to be part of the A site hold, where CGN have often had a lot of players there, or Element's been the one tasked with the brunt of the push because he's getting doubles, triples. That's the round over, but when you're at an even footing or realistically at a disadvantage, then KPI are excelling. That was the story of the first half success.
For me though, like, you've used up 3 of your big ultimates, like your Lockdown, your Null Command, your Hunter's Fury. That's the deciding factors, right, in rounds, those big 3. And then you look at CGN, right, they only use the Hunter's Fury, they cut the losses, and the rest of the ultimates that they have, you can find massive value from.
This op of Elements as well. Didn't get a favourable fight in the previous, now it's towards short. Vince has swapped roles. He's more passive, but there's Astra utility in main. It's this passivity which allows for Killers to start building towards a null command. Whether we see that before the end of the half or not, though, I don't know. CGN actually the ones that put the onus on themselves to get something going. Benny's cleared all of this run, but there are players close by which he doesn't know about.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Anguist has backed it up, so all that space that's been taken is in CGN's hands. No wonder it's going to be re-cleared. Anguist steps off, destroys the drone and forces KPI to try and do something about it. But Element in the meantime has capitalised and got his opposite number.
It's another Element first kill, and not only that, it is a default protocol to be then executing into the side of the map where CGN were getting aggressive because you expect the rotations. Yet Anguist still has his full setup and has managed to defend the Nano so far. Finally he invests it, but Benny is there to support.
Using the hot hands, the players have got out though, which puts Anguist in a position where he needs to fight and he needs to win. Benny, just off his rifle momentarily, allows KPI onto the site, but still, with a player dedicated towards market, CGN have an advantage and could even go one better and make it 2. No, Biss gets it back in their favour. 2v2 here, Hazza.
Trying to cross, Element's blades go in, but it's another for Biss to collect. Another confidence booster as KPI crawl back into this game. Davi's on the site already, he's spotted both. Jumping to the boathouse. Sailed themselves downstream a little bit with the info given away. They're low, it's a shorty out, but Bisk with a third. KPI, they do carry on. Bruised, scathed. They'll do it though.
Yeah, but like, why peak 1v1, 1x1 for CGN? I understand that like you want to get things going quickly, and just to let you know, CGN have timed out after that. I imagine massive frustration from the coach of Capio with the way that CGN approached that last round. There's not many chances to play out the rest of this half, right, Hazza? We're right at the death. So with that being the case, making small mistakes like that can cost you the entire map, and in turn, that could be the entire series.
This may be a missed opportunity for CGN. 6 rounds in a row, and KPI now starting to bring the punishment. You saw it on that round, but the style for the Cologne-based organization is the way that they're holding. Vince didn't have any stars coming back into the retake because they were all placed on holding A and B main. Anguist was there to get a couple, alongside Benny, their efforts combined. It's back through where we need to see a little bit more coordination though, like you put it. Bisk stepping up, matching his performance from the end of the previous map now onto this attack side. Just the lockdown left for CGN to try and work with. Vince getting close to one himself, but that's not something you can rely upon.
Nothing coming. CGN, again, passive, except for the Element op on B main. That's going to provide something to work with, to almost gamble towards the A side, has it?
It's not super proactive either, because Element doesn't get incredibly aggressive with this op. In fact, he completely rescinds the control with the alarm bot there. Watching over Anguist's own utility. Davi playing rotate. They still have the info in the middle of the map, but KPI have conditioned this so heavily, they're still thinking about it and could be a couple players short on A when this push does come through.
Here's the go button pressed and Vince trying to hide himself in the corner. Molly's being used to buy some time in the rotate in. The smokes though haven't cleared Vince. He's done it again. He's found a chance. Another time where CGN get themselves into an advantageous spot in terms of the player count on their side, and Killers has been found. Anguist not quite finding the player, even though they were tagged up, waits for the lockdown to burst, and Element busts the last player. We're back even, the timeout has worked.
Really nice from CGN with the tree control there as well. Not only is it the investment of the lockdown, but Davi using his recon at the exact same time. Element crosses, and Killers has nowhere to go. He's either getting revealed or he's stuck in the corner. Wants to try and find a fight, can't win it. Round's done from that point onwards. Cosmic Divide comes up. You're not really looking at the ultimates here, though. It's that macro game and the retake which CGN are finally able to make stick.
I mean, it looks like this is going to be a straight B execute with the players hanging outside the barriers here, Hazard. If the Knight catches Anguist, it's all over.
Element's managed to get out of dodge. Sayonara bearing on down Anguist! Bails him out! Young blood brought to the table, they trade it. Zeddy nearly getting caught out in middle as well. Dabby with a golden opportunity which goes awry. It's a double op setup, but neither of them have landed their shots so far. And look how quick KPI react. It's into Benny.
Yeah, we've seen this before, but Vince reacting, going straight to A main, and there's nothing to counter this either. The protocols are brilliant, and the players are already out in heaven. This is a crossfire.
Can Vince get the most out of it though? KPI have always hung at least one player back towards main. Finally he takes the peak, and the timing is all off. 4 on 3, only a player advantage for CGN. They have 2 flashes to come back in on from Benny though, and a flank in the wings, waiting for Anguist's chance.
Again, ultimates aren't going to be the deciding factor here, Hazard. And still with it, CGN starting to take their time here. In the back of your head, do you think, is there a flank coming? You can see the guns checking it, but as they keep peeking out, it's the operator that gets the value. Anguist this time finding value himself, and Zeddy doesn't know where to stand, doesn't know where to sit. In fact, he'll be sat down as CGN take map point on the second map, their map pick, and the best of 5.
The grand finals going their way. The second map didn't start as they wanted, but for the duration of this one so far in the final game of play-ins, it feels like the first team to qualify it, maybe the first one out. CGN have done a brilliant job at weathering the storm. The retake there with Anguist's position, he's not put a foot wrong. No. 3 kills that he picks up. His setup now on B again. KPI, it's middle, it's rinse and repeat stuff. If Element finds this opener, could just be curtains.
I think for me, Hazard, the fact that in the first 2 maps so far, Anguist, who's been top fragged for so long, isn't the one, like, is no longer top fragging, but not because he's been poor, because everyone has raised their level to his, ready to go. All the way up mid, KPI, they pause momentarily. That alarm clock, though, gives them a lot of passive control.
Zeddy moving further forwards. Benny there. It wasn't a recall for the flash instead, and they regroup in mid. Sayonara is going to be the tip of the spear again. This, his passing grade, but even then, above Many's ceiling. Can he haul the rest of his team into an overtime? 5 players through short, through the meat grinder, the jaws of the beast itself, and Element is ready to go with this Vandal at a moment's notice.
Yeah, if the players bust into the site, Benny immediately gets the running back online. They've not checked Vince though, Hazard. It's the Cosmic Divide that's come online.
From the hells, he could be dragging KPI down and out of this map. He does. The ace for Vince to end map number 2. CGN's collection is going to Cologne.
I mean, Hazard, that's a brilliant map number 2. It's the way that they've come back into the half though as well. Considering that they lost the pistol round, how locked in CGN got. If you're KPI, you can't help but feel that like you've tried everything in your power to get that over the line. I know we talked about like CGN and KPI and how many best of 5s that they've played, how much success that they've had. I mean the longevity in terms of the matches that they've played. But at the end of the day, like there's going to be times where your mental falters, and this is do or die, right? If you can't get this back, the bottle is completely crashed. The next map is KPI's choice. It is Haven, and it is a map in which they have played well on.
I can't speak. I can't speak. It bringing it all out of us here. What an entertaining end to the second map. We went the distance in regulation, and now KPI have to see it through in 5 maps. That is traditionally where their series have gone in these BO5s. Are they able to follow in the footsteps that they placed into the ground? CGN one away. It is Haven up next, so a strong suit for our Spanish representatives. I wonder what the analysts make. We'll find out after the break. All good, man. Was it water or something?
One enemy remaining.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow.
The 6-0 curse is real. A huge comeback from CGN, closing out Ascent with an ace from Vince. We did nearly eat our own words there, Pavlos. What did you think of that Ascent game?
I got pretty scared, to be fair, given that the fact that everything about Lotus was that on that attacking side, CGN seemed to be online on that, but when it came to Ascent, well, this was all about defense. Sure, KPI had a splendid, good start. Talking in the call while looking at the game, we said, oh, that's a 6-0, it's the curse. And I'm like, what curse is that? Well, it's a curse, and I should have believed you there and then, because it quite truly is. CGN got into the defense, and they were just a brick wall that their opponents couldn't get past.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that, like, because you're defending on Ascent, that's where you want to be doing the most damage. 8-4 half, good stuff from KPI. Both pistols, again, all for this series with 2 maps lost. It's really concerning that seems to be happening. Them getting thriftied after a pistol 2, and a much better performance out of KPI on the whole, I suppose, when it comes to, like, Bisk especially was terrific with some of the stuff he was doing. Element, fantastic for CGN. But I really am, like, concerned about how KPI had the lead, had all of the advantages that you could possibly want, yet it still slipped away from them.
Yeah, I do think there are a few sort of messy rounds from both sides there. You know, the kind of 3v2 walking out 1v1 CT, and just a few moments where I'm like, that could have gone either way. But I'm guessing both teams really felt the pressure from that one. Let's sort of highlight some moments that we all kind of thought were definitely round and game changing. Pavlos, I'm going to start with you.
Sure. Which is the round? As in, like, you would like me to bring out a round? Okay. So the round number 10 it is. Let's bring that up.
Yeah, I can go over this one. So this was, I got a little bit of KPI. You could look at the kill feed there, or like the scoreboard. 7-2 up. They just won the round. They call a timeout here. CGN also called for their second timeout in this fight. But CGN did it a little bit later. KPI got in first, so it counts as a KPI timeout. But the thing that's annoying, not only just taking a timeout in a situation like this from Smart 7, is just the round was mud from KPI. Like, they were trying to fight a lot more aggressively, but for the rest of this half for KPI, they had such an advantage. 7-2 up. The money is barely there for CGN. Benny has nothing to work with, and yet you do allow CGN to get a couple more rounds here. This could have been a 9-3 or a 10-2 half in favor of KPI, and then winning a pistol pretty much confirms it at that point. But there's so many instances like that that are problematic for me. Like, KPI had everything in their hands and it fell apart.
And it wasn't just KPI that fell apart in moments. You know, I kind of felt that it happened for CGN at times as well, right? I felt when CGN kind of started to get a grip on things and bring things back in their favor, then you'd see Benny running with the spike all by himself, handing over a free round. And it might not have been Benny in some circumstances, it might have been some others, but in moments they looked coordinated, and in some others they looked very disjointed and very far apart. And against a team like KPI, you will expect to get punished in moments like that.
Well, I do actually have a non-general question and round to talk to you about, Ryan, this time. And this is round 16, so take us through this.
Yeah, so this was it was one of the very few non-element plays, because I wanted to actually highlight Anquist, because on Lotus, he was really struggling in that second half as we saw KPI starting to come back. And yet the way that he's able to play around this, you've also just got him playing first contact, the recon dart to help around the Astra smoke. The kind of little set plays that CGN wanted to make here, having an aggressive hold, was just nice stuff. And I think that both him and Insider, over on the side of KPI, had a much better showing on this map. In fact, Insider started to really climb up the ranks with kills and impact on the latter end of Lotus. He kind of did the same here on Ascent too, Pavlos.
He did, and I think when you come to expect what kind of players are gonna pop off from this today's matchup, another one to consider has got to be that duelist head-to-head. And you know, we thought this would have been a sayonara show all day. it really wasn't in this match in particular, right? When you look at who outperformed on that duelist role, the person to be was Element. As soon as he got his hand on an operator, he was getting first blood after first blood. He was everywhere. It sort of felt very difficult for their opponents to get past him. So kudos for Element to stepping things up. I know he's very close to my heart, given that he's been around Challengers North here and there in various different teams, but yeah, I'm glad he's making it work in this roster right now.
Another duelist that we haven't mentioned yet is Benny, and I would love to take a look at his stats and then hand it to you, Pavlos, to talk about them. So I'll look and you talk.
Yeah, what do you think?
Sure. What I think about Benny? Well, look, he can have his stand-up moments, but it didn't just work out for him when it comes to opening things up. Like, I already criticized a round in particular from Benny, being, obviously having a slow start, it will affect your mental. You'll kind of, when you feel a round is secured, you might just get sidetracked a little bit, and that happens, right? But when you're in charge of a team and giving the cause as well, it's a difficult road ahead. So for Benny, you're not expecting Benny to be the one to get all the kills, especially when playing the Phoenix. He's there to open up the round and let the other team open up the gates for the rest of the team to move into, and that's what Benny has been doing. So. Okay, not the worst, not the best, not the worst for performances, but it's not like we expect Benny to be the highlight one of today.
I think it's just the fact of having the IGL on that role too, so he can just sort of wear, heaviest is the head that wears the crown kind of thing. Like said, put him on the almost trollish agents, but it's because he's the IGL. The call is based around him. Let him deal with it instead of his duelists, I suppose.
I was just going to say, let's take a look at the series map progress and what that means for the upcoming map. So, just joking, everybody. Pranked. We actually have the Vinces. So let's take a look through this, because it was absolutely insane. I remember, was it Pavlos or one of you both were like, why have they not cleared this man? He'd sat there pretty much the whole round on A site.
Couldn't.
Right?
The funniest thing as well is that Benny was in A main, he picks up the orb, and he just takes so much of the attention away in A main that Vince is just playing in the back of sight, and they all walk into him one at a time, which is something that KPI were punished for a lot yesterday against Valiant as well, just walking into people one after the other.
It's so funny though as well, because Vince had such a standout game on the first map, right? Completely annihilating, having a near double kill then death rate, more than 30 kills to 15 deaths, and having a very slow start. Throughout the game, we were saying, all right, when is Vince going to come through? When is he going to start popping off? Will he pop off was also a question. Where has Vince gone? And of course, it took the last round for him to pop off and get an ace to close out the map in its entirety.
Well, that does mean we'll be heading into Haven next, which is going to be very, very interesting, as CGN, of course, now on those two maps. They've only played Haven once this year, so we are sort of looking to favor KPI here on this one, which I think makes a very exciting best of 5 for us, right, Ryan?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we haven't really seen KPI play all that much either. Like, we did see them play up against R8 and win 13-6. And CGN, it was in that grand final against Mouse that they even lose 13-11. So you see it once. It was a while ago, like a week or two, or just like a couple of days ago even. So you don't really know where they're going to go in this direction. Like, they didn't play the Phoenix then, they played Sage instead. So really, who knows what the CGN team is going to do, whether they're going to stick to their guns, change it up for something else. It's going to be hard for KPI to get a read of this, considering KPI picked this map too.
Yeah, it will be the interesting one. KPI need to win this one. There's no other way. Because it's a 3-0 start from CGN. But
Yeah.
The thing is, that's an extra reason why KPI might struggle. That's extra pressure on them. Unless we see what Sayonara did last time around, when they were under the pressure, when they thought that nothing was going their way. He just decided to pop off and take everyone 1v5 and end up winning. It could be a possibility, which I'm hope I'm seeing here from KPI, because the highlight-worthy moments from them we've seen this entire season aren't what are consistently showing up in this final right now. CGN have been finding the right places and the right moments to shut this team down.
I do also wonder if CGN are going to kind of come into this with that surprise element. Like, yes, they've only played it once, but they ran a Sage and Cypher, as Ryan was previously saying, and I think they've definitely changed the compositions that they run since then. And I'm kind of, again, you're going to hear a lot of Fnatic references here, but, you know, Fnatic banned, perma-banned Sunset for pretty much a whole year, and then they were like, okay, come on, if you want to play, let's play, and they shocked everyone and are now amazing on Sunset. So yeah, talk us through these comps.
Well, the Deadlock is definitely the interesting one. Benny's on the Phoenix too, so it's even more. They're off their tits with this comp, I swear. This team is unbelievable with what it's cooking up. You can't prep if you're KPI when a team like this is going to come at you with a comp like this.
No, you can't prep. There's nothing you could do in this situation. You could just hope that you can just play your standard game and that CGN Esports with their funky comp aren't going to be breaking what you've got in hand. It's again, that CGN mental where you know you've got something different, you know you can make it work, and you know your teammate, your opponents don't really have much reps against something like this. It's a tough job for KPI to deal with this one, and it's a curveball that CGN bring out in a final.
I'm just living for the lack of stats from CGN just shown there compared to KPI. But we'll see if that surprise element does make any difference, especially with that Deadlock and Phoenix. But I will be throwing to our casters once again, Hazard, JC and Cairo, to take you through Haven.
Do or die for KPI up against the Deadlock comp, but if there's any silver linings to take, CGN have already made 2 compositional changes this event and only won one of each. They lost the bind one, more importantly. That game that we saw with Valiant the other day, it was a deviation from somewhere that they've statistically been really strong. Haven, on the other hand, isn't something they were always banking on picking up. They lost it in the grand final against Maus. Maybe this change feels a little more necessary.
Yeah, Hazza, for me, this has got to be KPI's map pick. It can't be anything other than that. They've won it, they've only lost it once out of every time that they've played it. As for CGN, as you've already said, they've lost it every time that they've played it. That's only once in that grand final to Maus. All in all, this is all shaping up to be KPI to get this over the line and pushes into the latter stages of a best of 5.
CGN's hunting grounds the grand final. They've won plenty of these before, and to cast your minds back quickly, 2023 Ascension. Gentlemates weren't the favourite coming into the BO5, but it was that third map where you felt like it must start going Apex way that was the nail in the coffin. Can KPI lock in the map where we expect them to give us a show and send it to a 4th and maybe a decider? Everything up in the air right now, especially with a comp such as this.
For me though, Hazard, KPI's comp, there's a reason why it is so common, so popular. The breach is so, I guess, just so good. Like the way the geography, the geography of the map works for them. The way that the stuns can lock down lanes by themselves and set people up right. CGN, I feel as if they're lacking so much in terms of the utility and setting up element.
Could very well be caught blindsided by this one. Insider into Garage, just a deposit on the trip to the B-site bank. Despite the precious cargo waiting to be planted, Insider takes his moment. The site has to hold. Vince is only good for 1. Benny will chase them out of there with 2. The response is sufficient. Another pistol round picked up by KPI. That's 4 in a row now.
I mean, Haven, the defender side, going to be tough. It shouldn't be too tough when you look at the comp, but in fact, you know what? I take it all back. When you look at CGN's comp, it's going to be extremely tough. They have their stall process can be extremely difficult. The Deadlock is not going to give you that extra control that you'll be looking for in terms of holding Garage, etc. The lurking capabilities that KPI will have is insane. And not only that, the execute capabilities is going to be another level. How does CGN stop this?
We've already seen so many individuals take their chance, roll the dice. CGN with 2 big wins. Another Marshall into this round. Bisq deletes Element. And to add on to what I was saying, they need some tangible triggers to play off to activate their game plan with Anguist's Deadlock, because you've just seen 2 maps of Killjoy from him where we know he's good. On the Deadlock, not a role which we see too often. It was actually Davi playing it last time.
Then he's just got a hint of where Zeddy is hanging about. That barrier mesh soon to drop as well. I think EPI have made up their minds about where they want to finish as they head towards C. Bisq already beginning to scale up. Remember his scoped rifle wasn't really that good in Lotus. Vince is certainly decent. Takes Cyrania's head.
Important kill for Vince to find. It's a
30
4-on-4,
left.
and this is where things could get messy again. CGN's track record in these anti-ecos has been dangerous, but the backlines are being watched. It's a while before Davi will arrive and make his reprisal. You've just got Classics close up. Vince to cut between it, but Bisq holding on.
Everybody coming back in here should struggle. Flash, decent. Creates the stall. Everybody's picked up. Yep, the better weapon rate will do the work that is needed to be done. And we'll just move on to the next one. I think there's not much to be said about that last round, Hazza.
Yeah, KPI, one thing is that they hold inside the site. The protocol is there. They don't want to chance Vince being able to put any vision blockers up, the smoke, the dark cover. It's a nice shot from him, but just the one. Now, we call into question what CGN have prepared for us at this point in time, how much this comp has been able to develop.
I mean, I just don't. The Deadlock, like the way that the sonic sensors are being placed, it's on the entries where people are going to be most common to make those noise, whether that be with a rifle or with the footsteps.
It's the lack of official practice more than anything else that concerns me in this one for CGN. KPI, favourites for this series, for Ascension, always have been. One of the 2 of the 3 split winners.
Take flight.
CGN another, an R8 who they dumpstered in the group stage. They have the quality on this map, but CGN, it's just that huge unknown.
Such a slow round as well. KPI taking their time to investigate the map and look at every nook and cranny, but nothing
It's bad
really.
to say, gearing up to fake out A with this breach and jet, but actually they pulled away from the C control. Now they do regroup.
30
Head
seconds
towards
left.
B. I mean, Sayonara ahead of the rest of the pack. As the flex player finds themselves onto the Sova, Killers finding themselves all the way back in the spectator screen. Continues to be CGN that wins the fight, but Sayonara one back in his favour, and it seems to be pretty easy for CGN for the most part. Has it not much but sweat off their brow. Nice retake and finding their first round.
Another individual step up there from Vince. The 2 young talents on CGN's books have been the ones doing a lot of the heavy lifting. This was a brilliant 3K, and it all started with cutting out the lurk on the C site. KPI didn't have any control, and then it felt as if they lost their heads. We didn't know whether they were fighting towards C-Link, A-Link, where the control was going to come from. First of the gun rounds lost, now into the second. Bisq on the op again, but we need to see some results.
Listening.
Well, look at where the barriers are, Hazza, and look at CGN, how they're lining up. They want to take a lobby pretty quick, and with the run it back, you'd expect CGN to have a bit of firepower behind this.
Left the entirety of the middle of the map open. Insider has been challenging them more often than not. Vince fights it before the recon even hits the wall. Zeddy plastered instead. Numbers. Now, what is the reaction?
Steps.
Element's hearing the steps, sure. And walking right up behind them.
He's giving his own steps away,
Oh,
but
but they
I don't
know.
think KPI.
And
I don't know
KPI
if they've
don't.
heard it.
KPI don't. They are walking straight into a C site, which is growing stronger by the second.
Here.
I think they've just seen the foot of Anguist. The barrier mesh doing so much right now. Need to clear towards Logs. There was a ping towards there, and Anquist hasn't quite found the mark. So that's numbers back in CGN's favour. The Omen still stays up here for CGN, which will be massive for the post plant. The operator might not get the value that it's looking for.
Bisk locked into long. So much pressure put there by Element. Jumping around inside her is a dead man. Vince the one who executes him. Bodies on the site needing to hold. It's Bisk long range late, which you have to be thinking about. Benny still the blaze wall to get onto the defuse. Now that Sayonara's gone, there's no real threat anymore. They're boxed up and delivered down the stream. CGN setting up for a second. The scoreline tied, but the read was right from minute 1.
I mean, Element not being allowed, or not allowing Bisk to get the operator value that they were looking for by holding those long lines of sight. The players on site are stuck there. They can't move. They know that they have to try and find something, and a little bit desperate, if it has to be said.
It was CGN which ultimately made the move first. When you have 2 initiators there, I have to go back and look exactly what the utility was, but the setup was perfect from CGN, and that's what we were questioning coming into the round. Would they be able to get the right value? That was a big call on the A overload, but now it's your standard solo Sova player. Has to do it all by himself.
I think he might have just caught the jet there as well. That might be 2 players seen towards the A side, and you can see the players getting into position to hold the A site. Has a Spike, though, not committed.
Here.
And the big thing about Davi as well is his first deaths per round. So few and far between. In fact, in the server right now, only Killez and Zeddy have died less in the opening engagements. Statistically, so strong across the board as a flex. My personal MVP of Ascension last year, and the main component for Soar's winning run. The stun combined, they're actually catching their own teammate with the barrier mesh, has allowed it to reinforce in Garage.
I mean, they're starting to look towards B. That or A. Faking towards one side of the map, depositing a player to maybe lock through. That is going to come through the form of Insider as it waits there behind the barrier mesh, but the players are slowly scaling up A, and as they do, they've gone in towards Davi. H's crosshair has 2 big kills in, and now KPI have been completely stopped.
A one-man army. The Swiss Army Knights of Sova players. And then where do you go? Back into Anguist or the A site? Run out of options here, KPI. They'll have to pack their bags and wait for the next to come around. Another opportunity at it. Even then, you look at the money and not too many options presenting themselves for this attack side. Frustration kicking in. You can see it on the face of Zeddy. Familiar with many a best of 5 from his time through CIS and now Spain. And you just got to wonder, when does the respite start to come? Because CGN are giving a much better look here.
Yeah. The defense actually on Haven compared to the attack is actually the better side. It's one of the few maps that actually comes up. Usually it is CGN who are much better on the attack. But no, the defense on Haven, it's always like what you believe to be true is completely opposite for CGN.
They do the simple stuff well. So many people will be sat there criticizing, saying if these guys are able to win with Benny on like 2 kills and Anguist dropping 30s, like how's it working? It's the setup. Again, that Breach Stun comes in, and actually the Hunter's Fury off the back doesn't get as much retrospective value. Bisk with 1 shot back, they're going to be. Insiders opened it up for them. This is a post plant where KPI have credit for once.
Yeah, they do, and they're being pushed back on towards grass. Element scaling up is going to be big for upsetting how they've set up here, KPI. Because if they do, I mean, they're not going to be comfortable in their positions.
They call him Schnell L for a reason. Super stuff. Even looking for the wallbang now. But just buying attention away from his teammates. Vince is on the defuse, doesn't get it halved. Zeddy there to deny. This aftershock should have the second attempt held to rights as well. Couple of CGN players left, trying to make sure that nothing gets out. The blades all dispensed, nothing collects. Bisk won't even have a sheriff bullet in the chamber to attempt it. An important equalizer though, and it comes on a round with little money invested.
I mean, CGN, even though like you know that there's going to be 3 rifles on KPI, 2 saved plus whatever they got from the kill that they found earlier in the round. After Element gets that kill, CGN should be trying to fight Grass, trying to find a way to get things going, but I don't know, man. Like they're trying to be too cheeky and diffusing that spike and not interacting with the post plant that KPI have, especially when you've got like the breach, etc., ready to go.
If KPI can find ways to get themselves into post more consistently, it's going to be a real issue for CGN. You're an ult point away from a lockdown, Rolling Thunder, and you already are banking Sayonara's Hunter's Fury. Angus peeking middle, but just dealing with things. Pace slowing down on this round, and to talk of Sayonara a little bit more, player coming into this team only in the first split to replace Purpo as he went to VCT EMEA. Of course, only being 16 himself, so not old enough to participate in the big leagues yet. He was more of a Sova player than being on that dual list. You saw him playing the off roles. This is a map where maybe his supportive traits are a little more useful.
No value at all.
Oh, no.
Hello, Benny just come from nowhere. Stole a kill and ran away. Unfortunately, the Annihilation won't be stealing anybody this time, and the players are looking to try and get something back. Pushed back because of the barrier mesh. It looks to be finishing B, or is it?
There's nowhere to go. They won't be going A, they won't be going B.
Here.
Might just be going back to the spectator screen. The spike's on Bisk's back, and again, Insider has found his gap. They will just about be able to put this in post, but it's by the skin of their teeth. It's an ult out. KPI laying everything on the line to get themselves the lead. They can't!
Yeah, there's no chance. They don't even hit either. They lose the lockdown, they lose the round, they lose their buy is stricken as well for the next one. KPI are putting themselves at a real back foot. And if Smart 7 can feel the frustration from the players, I can imagine there's a timeout on the horizon.
We good?
Has to be. Has to be. There's no way that Smart 7 can sit there right now with all the experience that he has and think that something doesn't need changing. Hard to say at the same time. Wish you were a fly on the wall that spoke the language.
Oh yeah.
That's it. Do you know what I mean? If you think you have the right game plan coming into the start of the round, sure, that's one thing. But it's these mid-rounds where things have got much more chaotic. And actually, it's CGN making the most of that more often than not because they have the opening pick.
Well, back to the round to A. A Rolling Thunder to execute. This is looking fast, Hazard.
Bisk leading the line, the point man of the push will send CGN from the site, setting up into their retake. Kiles has the Rolling Thunder to shut it back down, but you're only looking to Bisk's rifle as being the saving grace and the stopping power of this one.
Still the Rolling Thunder in post. CGN haven't done enough to deny that, but doing enough to deny Bisk his. When this Rolling Thunder comes in, that's where you should be worried, especially if you're a CGN fan. Tapping the spike, they know exactly what's going to come. As Benny has hidden himself close to it, hasn't been affected by the Rolling Thunder, and as the players come in, CGN clean up. Benny, he won't be on 1 or 2 kills for this map, Hazard, as he's already got plenty. Anguished gets that alternate orb to himself, and CGN, well, they'll find 5.
Nothing against Benny, of course. It's the system in motion. The man who bleeds black and gold, leading them into that retake where you're seeing the merits of their team-oriented style. KPI investing the ult to try and offset it, but you don't have Bisk's rifle. I didn't think Killers was going to go for it, to be honest. They didn't get the second nano out from Insider to stall that spike defuse any longer. 4 rounds from 5 have been in the retake. Element looking for another early advantage. Zeddy straight in the backline behind his own smoke. Recon over the top. This is a lovely set piece to take A-Link control.
But Hazard, the issue with that is they're trying to fight Benny, who's... It just seems like he's bought enough time. The paranoia isn't on, and Anguished isn't on for it either. finally KPI have their advantage and they're knowing about the flank, and that's why they're positioning themselves towards A. Insider finding positions, and A Heaven has it.
Sayonara the Spark. Attempting to create versus CGN. It's a long clear back through spawn. You have to be looking at Insider's position again. Limit testing so diligently. Element is gone. Davy H may just have his work cut out for him here. Turret should be watching it. That will be the contact for Killers to peek. I don't know if he's actually managed to get underneath it here. He has. Wants to wrap around. Hell is the next port of call. Bit more information, knows where Insider is once he pulls this trigger. The first tap comes through, the head in the window, but a smash and grab by Insider takes from CGN and gives one back to KPI.
Double check it.
I think that turret does a lot of work in terms of denying like the how would you put it, like the body to be seen, the tracking. Not only that though, just in general this round a bit chaotic, bench jumping about, trying to be a whack-a-mole. And CGN, they don't anticipate the position of Insider. There's so much space for them to move into.
Just as soon as I said Insider is this player which has been middle of the road for KPI amongst other standouts in certain areas, has really risen to the occasion in this play-ins grand final. Not just through the kills, but the impact on the map, the amount of material he's been able to spindle to find success.
Attack side up once again for Bisq.
The middle of the map is open, both B and Garage. CGN are giving away these concessions. They just need to be aware of the punishment, and there it is. Bisq, trained on the angle, removes Anguist.
Off the top of the head though, as I was just thinking, I don't think we've seen much in terms of the value from these sonic sensors. A lovely shot onto Zeddy, and actually we're seeing the run it back being sent in. Vince still under pressure, and Benny somehow found two through a wall bang. This is a disaster once again for KPI. They've lost the attack side up, they've lost the site, and they've lost a chance at having an advantage here. Because at this moment in time, CGN are guaranteed to be equal on the half with KPI in the next one.
This is ridiculous. Benny's taken matters into his own hands. 11-4, the best map he may get yet. And if it ends in CGN's favor, and we send all three to Cologne, then that's it. Nice from Bisq. They're finding openers at times, KPI. This default is bringing them fruits of their labor. But at the same time, the players on site just doing their job. Vince, Benny, even Davy, when he had his back to the wall. They're getting the results, and finally we get the KPI timeout, but is it a moment too late? They've only got a couple rounds left to play with.
They don't have a bye to play with this round either. I mean, Hunter's Fury perhaps through Sayonara. I mean, the Rolling Thunder nowhere near. 4 points for off Insider's lockdown. Like that's just like your in terms of chess pieces, like the queens or the rooks that you would use to try and get yourself into a good position. With that being said, and them finding less and less of them on the board, CGN, they can continue with their game plan. In terms of the adaptations that they can bring through Haza, like, is there anything that comes to your mind?
You speak of chess, the extremities, the edge of the board where you'd have those rooks. Right now, KPI are right through the center every single time. They conditioned it heavily, and the one round where they found success was where they took control of A-Link through Zeddy's ultimate. They actually had a little bit more of a game plan, or at least one that they could execute without CGN causing them issues. The point I want to make, again, with this being the narrative that by the time we arrive Haven, that's when they need to start picking up maps, regardless of what happens in the previous two. You're looking at it being another best-of-5 situation, and the question coming in was whether the loss against Barcelona was a dip in form, or that they couldn't step up to the big moments when they needed to. The split one win they got is against a team that doesn't exist anymore, you have to remember. confidence doesn't feel to be on their side right now. How much can that timeout have done to put them in ship shape?
Yeah, remember, CGN have played a quarter of the best of fives KPI has it. KPI have been in this position before. But,
Thank you.
I mean, when they were in this position, they did end up losing the map.
Look
the
at this.
series.
Aggression down mid, Cairo. This is the setup. CGN bringing something from their own strat book. The question is it backed up with utility, or do they simply walk down and see what's in the gardens beneath?
Thing is, though, the weapons on KPI shouldn't be able to contest with what CGN are bringing. And that's why KPI are so slow to walk out. The curveball was spot on, but nobody had scaled up the back of it.
No.
Benny
was just taking a solo fight. That's all that he wanted there.
Yeah, the barrier mesh though is already done enough to dissuade anybody from going any further. At the same time, Zeddy's making the calls. Guys, come towards A. It's completely open, but they are walking into elements up.
Insider on the insert again as well, so he could find value late. That's something we've not seen. His late positioning actually turning into a backstab rather than it just be taking a free sight. Element will peek in, gets the first. He always does. That man has not missed a beat so far this series. Bisk's pistol, or Bisk's rifle I should say, is the only amongst pistols, and now he has his say.
Bisk is denied the annihilation. At the same time though, Hazza, it's Insider who's activated his flank. Only on a classic.
30 seconds left.
Will still be able to hit the head, but known about now. And I mean, now you're trying to get Bisk into position with players still watching. No one will not forget about where he is. Spike needs to go down soon. 15 seconds left.
They know all about it, but they can't do anything to stop Bisk. Davi pulls out a bow and brings it to a gun game. Another shot between the eyes puts us in a 2v2. Bisk wouldn't stop until every CGN player was put to rest. Insider, given the Arsenal, open back up, missed shot, chance to clutch, but Benny's defusing all the while and back through the flames. It's out of the frying pan and straight into the belly of the beast itself. 7 posted by CGN, their advantage will be there.
Exactly, confirmed and ready to go. With 1 round left, that's the last buy that KPI will have. Blades, Hunter's Fury, that's probably about the max you'll get from both teams, excluding the Blades for CGN. It's looking dire. That's the one thing that has to be said so far. CGN have done better than they have before on Haven in terms of their defence. This new comp seems to be finding success.
Scoreline would suggest it. Anguist, different role for him, trying to play off his own util combinations. Brilliant. They're grounded. And Davi wants to pound them 6 feet under. Just the 1 player advantage that they get, and another missed Hunter's Fury by the 16-year-old means that KPI cannot reset. That's the thing. With him being the star of the show in this one, touted as it, where exactly do you find the confidence that you're looking for? Was getting ready to give this stat, but the things older than Sayonara, Nintendo Wii, YouTube, the iPhone, not the first or second, but the 3rd Shrek film. He's a youngster in every right, and games like this don't define your career, but you've got to find your moments, and he has now. That's Benny gone.
It's a big one, but Davi hasn't been found either. And this is a player who was once a young gun, but has been here before. And you think there's just a place to build upon. Vince, though, looks to sneak himself in towards the site. They have no known about this, no notice at all. It's back to a 2v2.
Oh no.
Elements Op is up above and he knows that the players are in garage. Vince is TP'd out and it's just not happened for them in the end. KPI rescue that from the clutches of CGN. But you look at the health on either player, that was close.
Very close. It did take Sayonara opening up the play to get the round going. From that point onward, though, everyone starts firing on all cylinders, and that's how the first half ends, 7-5. CGN's attack historically, like we say, have been their strong suit, but this is a comp which may have hit the water swimming. It's a marathon, not a sprint, though. A cliche, I'm sure. From map to map, you can't get ahead of yourselves. KPI, a momentum-based team. They haven't lost a pistol in the last 4. This would be their 5th.
Yeah. Biscuit Insider has it. We know we said it before, but on the roster since 2021, they'll have seen so many series like this, so many teams like this, and straight away on a defense, on a map like Haven that has been in the map pool for so long. That should be their bread and butter. It looks to be the case, is that CGN find their way back through. I was thinking to myself that was KPI going to finish the round out in their favour, but after that engagement back in, they find themselves at an advantage.
KPI set the tempo, get an advantage and then throw it away. It's on Bisq for another clutch. A couple of them already so far in this series. Most for his team. He is your man, but can he make it happen? Benny's on the angle. He has to be cleared first, and he just cannot do it. Bisq wasn't up to the task this time. The first in 4 pistols that CGN pick up may just be the most important, because they're only a few rounds away from the Ascension main stage.
That's it. And Hazza, what did we see coming into this one? This is KPI's map. This is the map that they should be banking on getting over the line. It's not happening at all. It's like Lotus and how that was meant to be KPI's mainstay.
Pick them off.
Every single time you think KPI have a chance, CGN are ready to knock it out the park. Favourites for Ascension has their favourites to bomb out of play-ins in the final.
If they make it through this one, somehow KPI, the decider where we would be going, I don't think they'll be favourites in anyone's books anymore. So many lessons still to be learned for this team. For CGN, just carrying on where they left off. They've only lost 1 map so far in the competition. That was not here. Bisq attempting to punch holes in the attack, but still, everyone healthy. Not a single point of damage dealt. They can chase him away from the site, set up their post plant.
I mean, KPI are already here. In fact, they could flood back in. You look at Killer's belt, Hazza. He's got a full belt of utility.
Just playing for the tap. They're baiting in the retake. The players come one by one, but fall such as flies. 2 for Vince, couple on Element's shoulders. Davi there as well. A roll call. When you talk of players on CGN's side, every single one has been accounted for so far today, Cairo, and it doesn't look like that's going to be stopping anytime soon.
The worst part for KPI in that last round is CGN had 4 rifles brung into their anti-eco. 1 pistol as well. Vince is going to pick up that last rifle. So when you look at this and what the bonus round essentially becomes the rifle round, and KPI need to be very careful that this does not get converted.
Cover going out. Here.
This is looking like V. CGN are right through the center of the map, and if they convert the bonus, it's a stake in the heart of KPI. Double digits on the horizon. Davi has been hit low. They've broken all the utility, but not Zeddy's paranoia.
Killers is waiting as well. Everything coming through, but where did the smoke come from?
They just called it early. They went straight for it ahead of the curve. KPI fumbled. Benny with a chance to isolate a fight out, but he's the one instead who's put down. Sayonara adding another to his tally. Keep on building.
I mean, you know the cages in garage, so that's a chance to get a player up. Remember that GravNet works actually through the walls, escape though. CGN are finding players, but they're not taking their chances at picking them up and equaling out the player count.
30
They do
seconds
get all
left.
of the long control. Maybe just waiting for the alarm bot to go down so Anguist can find the timing. Players running in. It's Bisq that they have to face up against. The dash primed and ready. 3 players here, Cairo. This should be a simple shutout for KPI.
It should be,
down A.
and it looks to be. Spike's
10
down,
seconds
there's no way of
left.
getting it back. And I think the rifle's into the next round. Keep that economy nice and healthy. Easy to do so on the attack with spike plants and the likes, but I think in the end it keeps them competitive for a lot longer. And KPI, they aren't too far off their opponents.
No, they're not. I think the first half made things look worrying.
Yeah.
It's more the side biases inherently that you're looking at and thinking, ooh, well, this one may be a little worrying too. And as well, the impact that each individual player has had. You've only got Bisq on 10 kills right now, and an idea I did want to introduce perhaps would be Killes, how much impact he is able to offer. There was talk after that Champs 21 final whether he was a big game player or not. You are leading your team, ultimately you're judged on the results rather than performances. They're already 2 maps down though. That previous was a lot better in terms of setting up ways to punish CGN, you would say.
I mean, they had ways to punish them on this map, but they haven't quite hit. Most of it has been the making of CGN, it has to be said, has it. A nice trap play in towards Garage, but that paranoia pulled early. Insider not into position in time. And Benny has already been on the mark. That C site, the utility down. And that spike will go down easily enough. On top of that, the run it back has been taken into consideration.
Yeah.
As post-plant could be difficult.
No, it's going to get more difficult with Sayonara gone. The reclear is now missing. You have to be thinking about the garage space, and if KPI can take this.
No, we've not thought about Anguist. He peeks out perfectly, man. There goes 2, and that's possibly double digits. Bisq is trying his best. Something about a 1v5 clutch just doesn't seem doable, has it? It never usually is. And with CGN playing together, double digits will be found 3 rounds away. That's all it is between CGN and Ascension.
CGN just a quick voyage into garage, only the drone, and Zeddy bites down immediately. That's 2 rounds now where the paranoia has come out after any contact. Then Insider is left to fight it by himself, and all of a sudden C is open, and it just looks too casual for the boys from Cologne. Rifles here. Going to be your last stand. You're playing to deny 12 in effect.
It's crazy. Finding yourselves on such a back foot. I have to run it back. It doesn't find what they're looking for, but they at least find the KG. And the straight away has the utility goes down once again.
Zeddy used it this time, but Insider goes down. Again, it's just the same round over and over. Killes headbutts the fire, devoured instead by Anguist's rifle. On Flames himself individually, the Blaze Wall in their face, a 4-on-3. Numbers for CGN, they always convert from these situations, but they have a little less control than they did in the previous.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Element's already so far up, playing within the smokes that's been put up. He's running gun his way through it. Yeah, Sayonara's out on C long as well, has it. Trying to find his way round the CGN setup. Nobody's looking here.
They don't know about Sayonara. The 2 names on KPI's list that you'd want to win a round for you, but neither can create enough. It will be 11. CGN are on the warpath. The lust for blood continues. The limit testing from Element as well towards Spawn. He does get a slap on the wrist from it in the end, but it's another round which feels settled as soon as that garage control changes hands.
That's it. And on top of that, like, we're starting to get into the ultimate cycle. The eco as well is not looking good. The buy for KPI are finding themselves has again, like as you say, trying to deny the series point time and time again.
Oh, I like this variation of the setup, bit more aggressive. Insider gets something this time around. The net will find Zeddy, but the biggest issue is Vince walking up long.
Oh, he's seen him as well. And Killers is trying to come in to get a trade out. Vince peeks, can't quite find the pick that they're looking for. The Annihilation misses, Element doesn't. Sayonara in the back lines. Behind him once again. The two players on site need to find something to alleviate any sort of pressure. Something to work with, but they've split up, and Davy H has the spike in his back pockets. Bisk ready to take the kill, but misses out, allows CGN out and to the A site.
Oh, CGN there, kept honest by KPI. Sayonara with Bisk, couldn't do it despite the blades, but now's your chance, kid. Oh, revealed and taken away from him. Snatched at the final opportunity. It is a 12th round for CGN. Davy sees all and sends them to 1 round away from the main stage.
Hazza, if you told me that this year would be the year for Dak, I would not have believed you. Maybe if it was like Focus or something. Sure. Some of the big boys, I doubted CGN. No way they could do it 2 years in a row. But it looks like they're going to get that second Ascension spot. Confirm that Dak is your best region for the challengers as a whole.
Best of the rest.
Yeah.
So we move to that system with 2 teams sent. Every split of 2025 will get a even better look at it, but the build-up has been there. CGN competitive in their top 4. SK, Eintracht, Focus, as you mentioned. Mao's, of course, the ones which end up with the spot, but we can't disrespect the 3-time winners.
No, definitely not. You have to be in it to win it, Hazza, and CGN have been at it all tournament long.
They will not rest until the job is done. Element with the opener, but Bisk bites back. They can't sit and see this one sent away from the Spanish reps. Damage dealt either way. KPI have to hold the A site though. It's all bodies on the line. 3 players now. Less than a minute left
Look at
to keep the dream alive.
Insider's found himself a lovely pocket to play from. Trying to keep the utility up in case there's a mid-luck. And Bisk's angle so narrow.
May all just rely upon this. Here comes the re-clear. Sayonara for the info. Spots 1 player, left. Nothing more. It's Benny. Can KPI hold CGN back? Dash the dreams of Dak for another round, or does it end here and now?
Looks to be an Element's the first to get it. There goes your op. I mean, you're still getting Cider on the back lines, and that's exactly who it falls to. Element left. On for the ace. The Dak dream looks to be well and truly alive here, Hazza.
It won't be a Spanish summer this time. The most decorated team in Dak do not falter. Their history writes itself. It's another ace to end the map. 3-0, a whitewash from the black and gold. CGN will be joining the rest of the teams in Ascension. Cologne have kept it there.
Yeah, I mean, what else can be said about that game? CGN have done excellently from being put 10-2 down. I mean, KPI just did not look up to the races like they normally do, like they did yesterday. When the pressure came, does it make diamonds? Do they crack? Well, we've got our answer now. The KPI are cracking.
Look, as I said, was it going to be one bad best of 5 that defines your season, or do you come into this with a new lease of life? Apparently not. KPI fall and only at the 3rd of the hurdles. Again, as I said, mirrors with the main event last year in that final. This was the one that we felt would stick, but CGN, with their off-piste style, had everything in the right place. The individuals, the system, it all meshed together for them unshuffed. So there we have it, Cairo. Any final thoughts from yourself before we wrap up for Challengers 24?
No, listen, hey, thanks very much for letting us on here and doing it a long break for us, but it has to be said, KPI, CGN, all the teams have been cracking in play-ins, and I can't wait to watch Ascension.
So much quality there. 5 players that played in play-ins last year made it to the big leagues, and there's still a long time left for all of these guys. You know what they say, the stars that burn the brightest go out quickest. Doesn't necessarily mean we won't be seeing any more from KPI though. Credit to them and congratulations to CGN. We're going to throw it off to a break for one final time, but the analysts will bring you through all of it once this one is done.
Another ace to end another map, and CGN take that final spot in the Ascension main event. A clean 3-0 and an amazing performance from the DAC team. Lads, this was the last thing I was expecting, a 3-0 finish, but CGN was so strong. What are your thoughts? I'll send it to you, Pavlos, first.
Sure. I mean, if there was any way CGN were going to win today, it was by a 3-0. I feel like if KPI got any grasp of the series at any point on time, I feel like they're the type of team that they can grab that momentum and run away with it. But that was never the case. Sure, they had a streak, maybe on Ascent, a little bit longer, a good start, a 6-0. But it never really actualized for them. CGN were the better team today, and overall, they deserve to grab this victory and head into Ascension.
I mean, commiserations for KPI. They had good moments today, and it felt that they were warming up into each of the maps that they were playing, especially Bisky had a lot of great moments. I think a lot of it's going to be overshadowed from that last round that we saw, right, where he's in a smoke trying to no-scope, sort of forced to take a fight, but that was KPI throughout all of today. A little bit unnerved, maybe the playing the occasion and not necessarily the game of Valorant, and because of that you had a lot of individual pushes, people being caught out. At CGN, the structure, the discipline, it was all there and pretty nice and clean on Haven to end it.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that we've got some other bits and bobs to go into, and we do have an interview coming up. I'm not sure if the special interview guest is ready yet. But I just think it's incredibly exciting now to know that CGN, you know, were the front runners in... No, I don't know what I'm talking about at this point, actually. I think I'm just waffling. Like, okay, let's talk about Haven a bit more, actually, because there was one point that we all turned around to each other and we were kind of like, this is just a normal game. And as we said it, it just like amped up.
Yeah.
What for you in that moment was the amp factor?
I mean, I think it's Element for sure. Like Element and Bis, the two jets just popping off when they needed to, realistically. Like Element, we haven't really touched on him all that much, especially over the last series and in this one, but he was a terrific player and he's what you want your duelist to do in a grand final like this. And
we do have our interviewee ready, and we are going to be joined by the amazing assistant coach who we know very well and we all love dearly. It is the amazing Zesh. Congratulations on your huge win. How are you feeling, first of all?
Good. It had to be done. I mean, we took the long way, and I'm happy that we managed to make it. You know, 3-0, I didn't expect it, but we'll take it.
Yeah, definitely. And I just firstly wanted to ask, what was the motivation and kind of inspiration behind the deadlock pick on Haven? Because I know you do play them sometimes on Bind, but what kind of inspired you to pull this one out on Haven?
You just sometimes gotta do things that nobody does. I think it's pretty easy, you know. Yes, there's always a lot of theory and this and that. Sometimes you just gotta go with what feels right, and putting Aegis on that duelist, on that agent just felt right. It was a good choice, and you performed accordingly.
I like
At what point?
I just want to say, I feel like Zesh is like pretending to be a football manager with the way that he's talking. It's so formal.
I'm just myself. I heard this before. Pavlos said it. Hazard said it. It just is what it is, you know. Maybe it's a German in me that finally unveiled.
It's showing up so much. The pride, I imagine.
Yeah.
All right,
I mean,
I've got a question here for you, Zesh. So first of all, when did you realize that, okay, we've actually got this in the bag? Because I felt there were a couple of moments where CGN just amped up the pressure, pedal to the metal. This is our game. We're not losing this. When was that moment for you?
When there was a 13 on the third map, you know, you saw exactly how we came back on Ascent, and I mean, to be fair, it just felt like, you know, there was no chance for us to come back on Ascent. Really, we did it right, and this makes me very happy in the end, because it shows once more you can be down 1-11, 0-12. It doesn't matter if you have the mental fortitude and the ideas to come back. You come back. So I felt it when there was a 13 on the final map. I felt it when we made those kills, and at the end of the day, it was a normal game, so to say. I don't know. I don't feel that happy. I don't feel that special about it for some reason.
I think the main question that I had for really any of you guys on the team is like, what was your prep like for KPI specifically, right? You're playing a best of 5. You only really got brief experience playing best of 5s last stage, right? Sayonara was quite quiet. Was that part of the plan to try and shush him a bit more? Was it to sort of keep the discipline and structure? You've got Benny sort of having really poor stats, but still being able to like pull it across the line on the Phoenix, on the Gecko of Lotus. Like, what was the idea behind today and dealing with a team like KPI?
I mean, first of all, you said it right there. Benny's stats look poor, but he had major impact on the game. The way he called, he made decisions, he took control over the game, which was most important. And when we talk about another factor, I mean, take a look at the head-to-head duel between Element and Sayonara. Element took charge of the situation, he knew how to dominate him, and he dominated him. The guy is insanely talented, he's really good, and I'm sure he has a great future, but today it was about showing his place. This is what we've done, and it worked out.
Oh, it's me. It's me.
It's your turn.
It's my turn. I have one more question. Sorry, I was staring deep into your soul there, Zesh. You have a month off now, which is a fair bit of time, especially after kind of the way that the schedule's been recently. Before the next stages, what are your main sort of focuses so that you're ready and prepped kind of going into the next stages?
I mean, you saw it yourself, right? We started 10-2 on Lotus and finished 39. We were hardly bringing it over line on Ascent. There's a lot to polish for us. There's a lot we need to adjust and find our real groove on, because KPI is an amazing team, right? They delivered an insane battle against us. But at the end of the day, we could have played better. We could have won Lotus 13-5, 13-6 as well. We didn't do it because we also made our mistakes. So at the end of the day, you know, a lot of people are always questioning us. Is this even normal Valorant? They're making fun of it. But at the end, you got to focus. And we managed to focus. So very happy that this result came in. We're going to use the time very effectively to most definitely make it into VCT.
Yeah, and you've more than proved all of those people questioning your methods wrong. So congratulations again on the win, Zesh. We won't keep you any longer. Go and enjoy your evening, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
I have to say, boys, the heat's getting to my head. Both of these lads have got aircon, and I'm a poor ginger British woman sat melting in this heat. Talking of melting, what a great segue. I did want to talk about Benny's performance on Phoenix, because we, funnily enough, highlighted the last match, how being an IGL may not allow you to perform. Benny more than performed on Haven. So Ryan, I want you to talk us through maybe a bit of Benny's performance on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was for both him and also Anguist's Deadlock, right? The two really out there agents. It's been a while since we've seen Phoenix played by really any other teams in these situations. So how were they doing? Like Benny on the Phoenix, a lot better individually over on Haven in comparison to Ascent. And Anguist, I do sort of understand the point that Zesh made about doing something a bit different, but I do think Anguist played fine. It wasn't to do with him, but I don't think the Deadlock really did too much for them on their defense. And then, like, on the attack, it felt that everything was confirmed at that point. So it's, I guess, good to know that, like, easily you could have swapped Anguist out to a Cypher or a Killjoy or even a Sage, like we saw previously from CGN when they were playing earlier on this year. So I guess that's a good thing for CGN, that they could sort of swap in and out agents. Any team that's going to run into CGN in Ascension, they're not really going to be sure what to go for. But I think it was like the Phoenix looked a lot better. The Deadlock left a little bit more to be desired, but I don't think that's inherently a problem for the future.
And Pavlos, something to chat to you about is Vince, who has been a standout performer today. There's maybe a couple of times he was a bit slow starting, but yeah, talk us through Vince's stats.
Actually, I have a question. Do you think he was the finals MVP? Or was that Element?
Oh, I'll answer the first question first. I think Vince was spectacular today, absolutely showing up. And I think the most spectacular thing about him was his multi-kills, right? He would never end up around. If he gets one kill, he'll get a second one, right? He had the most multi-kills out of the entire roster today, out of all 10 players playing. He also had an ace, 3 quad kills. He was at it today. Whether he's the MVP or not, I don't think I'd call Vince that. He was consistent, but I think the defining player out of today it would have been Element, Ryan.
I
think, given the fact that he had a big task against him, against one of the really strong players, and a lot of the people were sort of fearing this head-to-head and seeing, is this where Element has his limitations? I guess not, because he showed that he has flexibility in his role and he can deliver in the most important of games.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to quickly say too, like I guess it's like watching Element. We're so used to seeing him, right? Because he was on XL, he was on OG, he's been around a while, and we know how good he is. He was 20-6 on first kills, first deaths. He was unstoppable at the best of time. 277 ACS across this 3-map series. And you've got Vince just behind him there. But if you go plus 22 in differential and do so well with first kills, first deaths there, and it feels like you're not even breaking a sweat, and it's hard for us even to notice the impact he's having because it's just so consistent. Yeah, like that's a hell of a performance from your duelist. Like Sayonara, like Zesh even mentioned it, he is a player that is going to get better in the future. He struggled today, naturally, but these kind of performance maketh the man. And that's what I'm excited to see from Sayonara in the future. And no matter what, that kid's like future is going to be impeccable.
Yeah, Sayonara definitely has an amazing future ahead of him. Let's take a quick look at the bracket and the games that we've seen through the past few days before we talk about the future and the next stages. So, of course, we do have CGN coming out on top with that insane 3-0 win and taking the first place in our grand finals today, which means they will be heading to Ascension main event with our other 9 teams who... 9? Am I right? It's 9?
Yeah,
teams
another 9.
10 total.
So now 10
together.
The big 1-0. And I think it would be helpful as well if we take a look at those teams. Any standouts that you're kind of rooting for here, Ryan?
Ooh.
It's the obvious, right? Apex. But like, genuinely, there's so many teams here, like, there's no other org that, other than SAW and CGN and Apex, that was in there last year, right? I don't think Desire made it that far. Falcons obviously were there returning as well.
Yes.
But like the East team like Go Next, Barca as well, new to playing in Tier 2 this year. France, Turkey, Dark, all sending different teams, young players, experienced players, perhaps in the past. It's an eclectic mix is what I'm saying.
It is, and I think one of the interesting key talking points here might even be Pacific, right? The team coming out from Turkey, they qualified through Premier into the Challenger League and won it and got the first seed out of Turkey. And this has been one of the most competitive Challenger Leagues of Turkey we've ever seen, right? It's always a bit of mix and match throughout the year, but for some reason, again, it wasn't the favorites to end up on top. But it doesn't mean that they're lacking the talent. It's all there out on the table, and on the best day, Pacific can do a lot of damage. But yeah, a lot of contenders out on Ascension. Anyone can take it. We already got a taster from Ascension play-ins what these regions look like in strength, at least from their second place teams. What about their first place teams though? That's the exciting part, and I just can't wait. This month couldn't be longer.
You got champs, you got something to watch
true.
at least.
You have a filler.
Champs, potato. Ascension is more exciting.
But yeah, before we close out today's stream, I just wanted to ask you both. I'll start with you, Ryan, first. Your final thoughts on the event. What have been your highs? What have been your lows? Talk us through the event for you.
Oh, I mean, if I'm talking about the event, I got to start from the early part of the year, right? Like Polaris, I think, as a league, what history it's had and like how it's sort of come together, down to like Mist, the people who produced this show and everything else there, like the way that this has been built up, the league, the players who have stories like Sweet and Sour, production side, the individual players, the orgs that are still involved and invested, it's a good sign. And like we can focus on Ascension and it's going to have its bells and whistles, but tournament like play-ins where we get to see the overlooked and the underappreciated, I think that's the story. And it's only going to get more and more excited year on year on year when you have the Premier system being effectively used from regions that don't have the big Twitter clout or the big followers on Twitch. It's those young players like Sayonara, like Westside, that we're going to see come in and do some terrific stuff and are going to paint a bright future for EMEA.
I'll double that, 100%. It's all for the players. The fact that you've got young talent just going through the ranks, given an extra chance to show themselves off and get to compete against other regions that, you know, other regions don't get the chance to do it. EMEA is the only one that has kind of got this play-in structure where the second teams have a last breathing chance, and given how close these Challenger Leagues have been, whether they're in finals or whether it's KPI knocked down in the lower bracket finals, it could, you know, it's great to see these teams competing against each other and have a chance to also get picked up by bigger teams in VCT perhaps at some point. So yeah, I'm really glad we got to spectate some players and grouped efforts that we otherwise wouldn't be able to.
The other thing I was going to say, it makes me so excited to see what like challenges is going to be like next year. Will we get like more European tournaments across the region? That's what you want to see more. Zesh being a bit more German, right? Like trying to lean into that, because there's pride at stake for representing your country, your region, even if it's just your teams. Like, this is what it's kind of all about.
Yeah, I mean, the Seagulls definitely seconded your point there. They were
CGN
agreeing.
fans.
Yeah, I have to say, I hate to be that person, but exactly the same for me. You know, I'm not a familiar face on this broadcast. I'm just a simple streamer. But it's been amazing to watch this talent that, you know, in the next 2-3 years, you're going to see sort of in those tier 1 teams, or if not, still going in these tier 2s. But let's talk about the next stages, because in case you guys want to pop it in your diary and get prepped and ready, we do have the Ascension group stage coming up on August the 31st, and that will end September the 4th. It's here, right here. And then after that, we do have the playoffs, which I'm pretty sure some of which will be live from Berlin, from the arena. So that starts on September the 7th and will end on September the 15th. And we will crown our winner, who will then progress and flourish and do amazing, amazing things. But for one final time, I'd like to thank, obviously, our amazing desk, the production, the teams, and everybody involved. It's been such an amazing time here on the VCT Ascension EMEA stage. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and we'll see you very soon. Bye bye.
One enemy remaining.
got the best of me. Best of me. Got the 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 best of me.